Pitujui tontongannya, Tosaro takkan lupa. Batu mi angin mamiri, angin ngerang dingin-dingin, nama lontang sari buku.
Introducing USU as one of the leading universities in Sumatra, Indonesia. USU has been part in the development of Indonesia. There are 16 faculties and 1 postgraduate school, started from the Faculty of Science and Technology to the Faculty of Humanities. The latest is the vocational faculty that was established as a hub center to excel human developments with highly competitive skills. USU is at the forefront of the implementation of Tri Dharma, which are providing education, advanced research, and community services. These are parts of our involvement in solving and addressing public matters, as well as contributing significantly in the national developments. USU aims to global competition, participating in the international community by targeting ourselves as one of the world-class universities. Industrial competition as well as technological advancement has led USU to prepare our students with necessary skills that are needed for modern-day communities. USU has been aiming to deliver exceptional education by improving our facilities and infrastructures, educational system, bureaucracy reformation to produce a world-leading academic institution. We also commit to contribute significantly to the development of Indonesia alongside with the nation's noble desire, and our transformation would remain the same as our past, current, and future promises.
University of Sumatra Utara is one of the most favored universities in Indonesia, located in the heart of Sumatra, Medan City, North Sumatra. Universitas Sumatra Utara has many postgraduate programs, one of which is Master of Property Management and Valuation (MPP) program. Master of Property Management and Valuation (MPP). University of Sumatra Utara was established in 2011 at request of Directorate of Accounting and Appraisal Services, which is now known as the Finance Professional Development Center P2PK under the Ministry of Finance.
Program studi Magister Manajemen Properti dan Kepegawaian Universitas Sumatera Utara menjadi pelopor ilmu manajemen properti dan kepegawaian umum profesional dan mampu memenuhi kebutuhan pasar lokal, nasional, dan internasional.
A number of Master of Property Management and Valuation privilege include the fact that MPP University of Sumatra Utara is the first and only property management and valuation study program under Directorate of Research, Technology and Higher Education. Since 2011, MPP University of Sumatra Utara has continued to carry out education in accordance with latest curriculum that facilitates students with emerging knowledge and expertise in property management, property and business valuation to produce excellent and professional graduates. MPP University of Sumatra Utara also facilitates students to gain more experience in assessment field as Internet Public Appraiser Service Office KJPP. Currently, MPP University of Sumatra Utara has been accredited as excellent by BANPT. MPP University of Sumatra Utara students will be awarded with Basic Appraisal Certification 1 and 2 for Property and Business Appraisal 1 and 2, as well as PDS from the Indonesian Appraiser Society, MAPI after completing their education in third semester. Graduates from Master of Property Management and Valuation University of Sumatra Utara become property practitioners, property appraisers, business appraisers, and key speakers in the field of property management and valuation. More than 90% graduates gain their first job, with waiting period of less than 6 months. Currently, MMPP University of Sumatra Utara has 23 full-time lecturers, which consist of 8 professors, 6 associate professors, and 3 senior lecturers. Most of our lecturers have professional educator and professional competency certificates from industry and professional associations. Master of Property Management and Valuation University of Sumatra Utara provides educational facilities to support students such as University Sumatra Utara Library and Postgraduate Library, which provides students to access reputable journals, books and other scientific references both physically or online. MMPP University of Sumatra Utara also provide internet access from Wi-Fi, classroom equipped with full AC, large board, OHP, LCD and screen, as well as comfortable tables and chairs, health facilities, sports center, prayer room, etc. Up to 2021, Master of Property Management and Valuation, University of Sumatra Utara, has successfully graduated hundreds of students, in which many of graduates have worked at Public Assessment Service Office KJPP, and have also occupied strategic position in state-owned companies, BUMN, governments, and many private companies. The suitability of graduates of Master of Property Management and Valuation competencies considered very high, which reached 91.5% suitability. Master of Property Management and Valuation University of Sumatra Utara always ensure that the program courses are in accordance with the needs of business and industrial world today, which supported by competency certification in the field of appraisal, which certified by MMPP University of Sumatra Utara and Indonesian Appraiser Society MAPI.
Instan Manajemen Properti dan Penilaian.
Langit petang tiada berawan, pagi berselimut di pertigaan. Selamat datang Tuan dan Puan, kami sambut dengan kebanggaan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I hope everyone in good health and enthusiastic about participating in today's webinar. It is a pleasure to meet all of you and witness an enthusiasm and opportunity for us together on this platform and delve into a highly significant topic. This webinar will address the new challenge on plant masonry and equipment valuation. I'm confident that the speakers and discussion we have planned up will provide invaluable insight for all of us. Today's event is organized by the Master Program in Property Management and Valuation, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Allow me introduce myself. I'm Kirana Rahmalia Sukma, a student of the Master Program in Property Management and Valuation, Batch 12, who will serve as the Master of Ceremony and will guide this event for morning until later in the day. We thank at Sumatera Utara, Mr. Professor Dr. Murianto Amin, SOS MSc, the Honorable Vice in charge of research, community service and cooperation and acceleration of internationalization, Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSI MSc Apoteker, the Honorable Director of Universitas Sumatera Utara, Postgraduate School, Mrs. Professor Insinyur Tengku Sabrina, Master Agricultural Science PhD, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mrs. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Siahaan, SAMHC, the Honorable Secretary of the Master of Ceremony of the Honorable Secretary of the Master of Property Management and Valuation Study Program, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mrs. Isnen Fitri ST, Master Engineering PhD, the Honorable Mr. Arik Haryono, SPI MSc MAPI Certified, Director of Valuation Director General of State Asset Management Ministry of Finance Republik Indonesia, the Honorable Chairman of DPN of Indonesian Appraisal Professional Society or MAPI, Mr. Insinyur Muhammad Mutakin, Master Science MAPI Certified, the Honorable Chairman of DVD MAPI Sumut and Aceh, Mr. Suherwin ST MSc MAPI Certified, the Honorable Director, Chair, and Secretary of Study Program and Lecturer at the State Finance Polytechnic or STAN, the Honorable Head of Master, Real Estate Built Environment University Malaya, Dr. Senior Aino Riza binti Muhammad Aini, the Honorable Academic Director, Master of Science in Real Estate National University Singapore Business School, Dr. Sky Sehyati, the Honorable Counselor of the Mara Cawangan University of Technology Kelantan, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Samad Nawi, the Honorable Director of National Property in Muhammad Nasir, the Honorable Speaker on this webinar, Mr. Professor Industry, Senior Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halid, FRICS, FICM, FIEPM, and BVIM, ICVS. The Honorable Professor Dr. Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis, SANA, as moderator today event. The Honorable Chairman of the Alumni Association Universitas Sumatera Utara, Postgraduate School, Master Management Study Program, Mr. Insinyur Farel Siregar, MMPP MAPI Certified. The Honorable Mr. and Mrs. Directorate General of State Asset Management Ministry of Finance, Mrs. Fowler in DPN and DPD MAPI. The Honorable Chair of Universitas Sumatera Utara, Master Management Management Study Program Student Association, Mrs. Tunati, the Honorable Mr. and Mrs. Lecturers, students, and alumni at the Master Management Property and Valuation Study Program, and lecturer and students within the Universitas Sumatera Utara environment and within the PKN STAN environment. The Honorable and welcome to lecturer and student from University Teknologi Mara. And I would also like to thank all of you and who attended, who I did not mention one by one. Permit me to read random of today's activities. First, opening by MC, namely myself. Next, prayer reading. And next, playing the song Indonesia Raya Anthem. And next, opening speech by Vice Rector 3 Universitas Sumatera Utara. After that opening speech and opening of today's events activities by Director of Valuation of DJKN, Head Office of Indonesia, Ministry of Finance of the Republic Indonesia. Next, reading the moderator CV by the host. And next, reading of speaker CV by moderator. Next, submission of material of speaker. Continue the session ice-breaking session. And next, question and answer session. And finally, the last session is symbolic handover of the webinar certificate to Director of Universitas Sumatera Utara, moderator, and speaker. I need to convey to ladies and gentlemen the webinar participant to able to activate the video and keep the audio mute. Attendance at the webinar will be shared after 12 p.m. or 12 West Indonesian time because it hoped that all webinar will remain focused until the event ends this afternoon. And lastly, I would like to inform you that the participant will get CPD points for participant who has MAPI membership number, but the points will be given if you follow the series event today. And last again, participant can change their name in the Zoom within first the origin of institution and then full name and country. So the participant can change it now to make it easier for us to get to know each other. But Mr. and Mrs. Webinar participant, to expedite all the process of our activities today, it's good if we start with prayer. The prayer reading will be delivered by Mr. Andi Erwin. To Mr. Andi Erwin, time and screen, we welcome.
Thank you to Miss Kirana or MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and prosperous greeting to all of us. Happy attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray humbly and sincerely. Let us pray respectfully according to our respective religions. On this occasion, allow me to drive in accordance with Islamic religious guidelines. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah anbiya'il mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana li hadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. All praise be to Allah who has guided us to this heaven, and we would never have been guided if Allah had not guided us. Allahumma, O Allah, our God, there are no words and feelings that we deserve to convey to you this morning, other than our gratitude to you for all the blessing and guidance that you have bestowed on us, so that we can present together to take part in the International Webinar Committee, New Challenges on Plan, Machinery, and Equipment Valuation. For that, O Allah, O Rahman, O Karim, make our event an event that you're blessed, which bring your blessing, grace, topic, and guidance for all of us. O Allah, O our God, let us beg, make this activity refresher and encouragement for us in improving the quality for our duty, so that we can work professionally and proportionally, properly and diligently, as proof of our gratitude and our servitude to you. O Allah, the All-Knowing, your knowledge is vast and boundless. Therefore, grant us useful knowledge as a provision for us to live and give us the strength to be able to practice and disseminate the knowledge that you have bestowed on us. Bestow upon us who are present in this event, health, strength, ease, and sincerity, as well as intelligence and wisdom in participating in this international webinar. Most merciful God, unite our hearts, unify our steps, broaden our knowledge, and refresh our understanding so that we can reap the wisdom contained therein. Make this activity initiative of worship and can be carried out properly and successfully. O Allah, O Ghaffar, the most forgiving God, you know our weakness and shortcomings. Therefore, to you we worship, to you we ask our forgiveness and help, and only to you we do the devotion. Oh God, accept our prayers and requests. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Kirana.
We thank Mr. Andy Irwin for the prayer that have been said. Hopefully, this event will go well and be useful for today's webinar participants. On the next program, we will listen to the screening of the Indonesia Raya event. We welcome you to the committee, and the participants are asked to be in the perfect posture. Thus, we have listened to the Indonesia Raya event. Next, we will listen to the speech from Professor Dr. Poppy Angeliza Zaitun Hasibuan as in charge of research community service and cooperation and acceleration of in Professor Poppy time and screen be welcome. Next, sorry, we will listen to speech from the Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSC MSc Apotheker, as Vice Rector 3 in charge of Research Community Service and Cooperation and Acceleration of International Professor Poppy. Time and screen, we welcome.
Good morning and keep healthy for all of us. The Honorable Director of DJKN Valuation, Head Office of the Indonesian Ministry of Finance of the Republic Indonesia, Mr. Arik Haryono, Chairman of the DPN of the Indonesian Appraisal Professional Society, Mr. Insinyur Muhammad Amutakin, MSc/MA PPI, Certified, Director, Chair, and Secretary of the Study Program and Lecturer at the State Finance Polytechnic STAN, Chancellor of the Mara Cawangan University of Technology Kelantan, Profesor Dr. Haji Abdul Samad Nawi, Director of the National Property Information Center, Abdurrahman bin Muhammad Nasir, Head of Master Real Estate, Build of Environment UN, Dr. Ainuriza binti Muhammad Aini, Chairman of the DPD MAPI Sumut and Aceh, Mr. Suherwin STMSI MAPI Certified, Director, Chair, and Secretary of the Study Program and Lecturer at the State Finance Polytechnic STAN, State School of Accountancy, Republic Indonesia. Speaker on this webinar, Mr. Professor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Ahmad bin Abdul Halim, FMIPM, MVPM, IGFVS, Academic Director, Master of Science and in Real Estate, News Business School, Dr. Sky Sehyat Ying, Professor Dr. Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis, SA MBA, as moderator today, Mr. and Mrs. DJKN, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Mrs. Assessor in DPN and DPD MAPI, lecturer and student from University Technology Mara UITM Saalam, University Malaya, and National University Singapore, Mr. and Mrs. lecturer, student and alumni at MMPP study program, and lecturer and student within the USU environment, within the PKN STAN environment, Director of the USU Postgraduate School, Mr. Professor Insinyur Tengku Sabrina, Agriculture Science PhD, Head of Magister Management Property and Valuation, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mrs. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Sihaan, SA MAC, Secretary of the Master of Property Management and Assessment Study Program, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mrs. Isna Fitri, ST MA PhD, Head of Student Association Master Program in Property Management and Valuation, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mrs. Sunarti ST, Chairman of the Alumni Association Master Program in Property Management and Valuation, Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Mr. Insinyur Farel Siregar, MMPP and MIP Certified. And I would also like to thank all of you who attend, whom I did not mention one by one. Good morning, happy greetings to all of us, and welcome to the international webinar organized by the study program, the Master in Valuation Postgraduate School, Universitas Sumatera. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's digital age, industrial revolution 4.0 and disruption, there are so many changes that occur fundamentally. There is a lot of knowledge that we have to upgrade quickly. One of the knowledge that needs to be improved by valuers in plant, machinery, and equipment valuation. There are many challenges ahead that we will face in the field of plant, machinery, and equipment valuation. The topic discussed today are very interesting. Therefore, we expect all participants to listen well to the insight delivered by our keynote speakers, who is very experienced in the field of plant, machinery, and equipment valuation. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you, and I am eager to witness the fruitful exchange of ideas that will unfold in the coming hours. I extend my wishes for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God Almighty, to bestow His blessing upon and ensure the success of this endeavor until its completion. Thank you for being here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to thank Professor Poppy Apotheker for the speech that have been delivered. Next, let's listen to the speech of Director of Valuation of DGKN, Head of Office of the Ministry of Finance of Republic Indonesia, Mr. Arif Haryono, as well as opening the event today. To Mr. Arif, time and
Terima kasih Mbak Kirana. Esquire, Profesor Dr. Murianto Amin, Profesor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Saitun Hasibuan, Profesor Dr. Elizabeth Siahaan, Profesor Dr. Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis, the leader, Board of Professor, Academic Senate, and Board of Trustee of the University of North Sumatra. The Honorable Professor Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim. He is my guru, an international expert of plant, machinery, and equipment valuation, Dewan Pimpinan Nasional dan Daerah MAPI, and all the distinguished participants of the international webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Om Swastiastu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Namo Buddhaya. Greeting of virtue. May peace be upon us all. Sebelum memulai webinar ini, izinkan saya membuka dengan sebuah pantun. Pergi ke Lampung, jangan lupa membeli kain tapis. Berbahan satin, terbentang indah si kain kebaya. Terima kasih lidah terucap untuk moderator Profesor Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis. Dan selamat datang kepada narasumber tercinta Profesor Khairuddin dari Malaysia. First of all, let us express our gratitude to the presence of God Almighty, because by His grace, we can gather online at this international webinar with a title, New Challenge on Plant, Machinery, and Equipment Valuation in Good Health. Distinguished participants, in this ever-changing era, the manufacturing industry, especially in terms of the valuation for factory, machinery, and equipment, would face various significant changes. Technological advancement, regulation, and consumer demands have created new challenges in how we do valuation, maintain, and improve standard within the scope of factories, machinery, and equipment. One of the major challenges that we encounter is the adoption of new technology in the valuation process. With the emergence of the Internet of Things and data analytics, we have access to larger and more detailed data. However, to effectively utilize data and integrating it into the valuation process can be a complex task. How can we ensure that the data we collected truly provided accuracy and easy accessibility? On August 2023, gratitude that the Indonesia Valuer Bill has been approved and declared by parliaments to be priority legislation national program or prolegnas, and it will be one of regulation demonstrating the existence of Indonesia valuer. Hopefully, the bill brings a new reform mainly on competency standard, valuation dispute, board of valuer, and National Property Information Center. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesia Valuer Bill will reform the existing regulation concerning the appraiser profession and support reform in the financial sector. There are approximately 4 conditions it intends to be achieved by this new law. First, now the regulation related with valuation and valuer are scattered across agency and level of regulation. With the enactment of this new law is the standardization of valuer works procedure and also professional competency standard, including assessment of factory machinery and equipment. The second,
Apanya?
which
Cara
pertain to the
pengerjaannya.
Board of Valuer and Professional Association currently grappling with the challenge related to the disparities in appraiser competency and also legal issue. This new law will authorize the body for supervising and regulating appraiser to foster and uphold their professionalism. The third, the law will be put in place to facilitate the alignment of appraiser competency between regulatory bodies and also professional association. Fourth, the law mandates to develop a transaction data center. This is very important, and we already quite long to waiting for this. This center will produce reference list for those in need, enabling appraiser to efficiently incorporate this data into the appraisal process. The ultimate goal of this measure is to achieve a financial sector characterized by depth, innovation, efficiency, inclusivity, trustworthiness, strength, and also stability. Distinguished participants, webinar like this is very important for us as a valuer. Besides as a knowledge and skill advancement, the webinar is also can enhance global network between us. As today, the study program Master in Property Management and Valuation, Postgraduate School, the University of Sumatera Utara or USU, has successfully brought global expert of plant machinery and equipment valuation from reputable and famous university in Malaysia. USU is one of notable university that is leading in research and teaching in valuation area. Nowadays, USU has significantly contributed to global knowledge and practice in valuation, in particular plant machinery and equipment valuation. USU has real-world example by many cases and experience from many professional postgraduate students that is also member of Indonesia Valuer Organization, MAPI, or Indonesia Society of Appraiser. Hence, abundance of research has been published by USU Academia as their contribution to global knowledge of valuation. On the other hand, Professor Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim and also many of colleagues from Malaysia have long experience on not only practicing valuation, but also developing this profession as a critical role in global economy. I personally have long relationship with Malaysia and graduate from ITM. Now we know it as UITM in 1995 or almost 28 years ago. As an officer in Ministry of Finance, we have led many collaboration projects between Directorate General State Asset Management and Jabatan Perkhidmatan Penilaian Harta Tanah or GPBS Malaysia in the valuation area. Recently, the cooperation has been enhanced not only in the training exchange, but also research and other professional development. Therefore, this webinar is obviously strengthening professional collaboration between Indonesia and Malaysia Valuation. In the future, there should be many projects can be collaborate between us, and it is possible to rise and a center knowledge of valuation in Asia Pacific. Distinguished participants, these are the key points that I aim to convey. I trust that this event will run smoothly and generate idea and concept that support the enhancement of operational methodologies, particularly in valuation of factories, machinery, and equipment. And I do believe the academia from Sumatera Utara University, and for sure, Professor Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim will bring new knowledge, skill, and experience from international best practice that will be beneficial for us. Finally, let me say thank you to all committee and participant. Please enjoy the discussion. Izinkan sekali lagi saya menutup dengan sebuah pantun. If you want to be a good valuer, you should present your report valuation with fully confidence. If you want to be professional surveyor and valuer, you should pay attention to this plant machinery and equipment seminar. So please welcome to all audience and stay tuned in today's amazing webinar. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to thank Mr. Arik Haryono for the speech that have been delivered. Before entering the next event, we will conduct a documentation session through photos. We ask that you please turn on your camera for this documentation session. For this photo session, we ask ladies and gentlemen to give 2 thumbs up and sweetest smile on 2, 10. I will start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give me a sweet smile and 2 thumbs up. 7, 8, 9, 10, and thank you. Finish. And for all participants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to enter the next event, and before this event, I hand it over to the moderator. I will read a little introduction via the curriculum vitae that I have presented. Our moderator today is the Professor of Management at Universitas Sumatera Utara. She has a number of outstanding achievements in her academic career. She began her education at the Universitas Sumatera Utara, earning a Bachelor of Economics degree. She continued her studies at University Kebangsaan Malaysia and took his doctorate in economics at Brawijaya University. For more than 2 decades, she has been a dedicated lecturer at the Department of Management, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara. In addition, she has also held various strategic positions in the academic sphere, including a Vice Dean III of the Faculty of Economics and Business. Awards received by her includes the Satya Lancana Karya Satya, the Presidency of the Republic of Indonesia, for his outstanding contributions in academic awards. That's all for the curriculum. Let us welcome our moderator to this SAMBA. We invite you to continue this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's international webinar about new challenges on plant, machinery, and equipment valuation, presented by our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Industry Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim, FRICS, FRISM, FMI, PFM, ICVS, MBVAM. To give you an overview of what we'll be discussing, we will be covering on valuation of PME, especially in new era. We will have some time for questions, share your thoughts, and present any relevant examples. This is meant to be interactive discussion, so don't hesitate to contribute with your insights. Before we start the presentation, I will read the curriculum vitae of our keynote speakers. Professor Industry Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim is currently an industry professor at the Real Estate Department, Faculty of Built Environment, University of Malaya. He is a former Director General of Valuation and Property Service Department, Ministry of Finance Malaysia, and the past president of board valuers, appraisals, estate agents, and property managers Malaysia. He is also the past deputy president of the Royal Institution of Surveyor Malaysia and the deputy president of Business Valuers Associations Malaysia. Graduated from UTM in 1983 for bachelor degree and processed his postgraduate certificate in valuation and property management from Sheffield Hallam University, UK in 1993. He obtained fellowship of Royal Institution Surveyor Malaysia and fellowship of the Chartered Royal Institution of Surveying United Kingdom. Served the Valuation and Property Services Department for almost 4 decades since 1983. His passion on specialized valuation make him as the first division director for almost 10 years with the plant, machinery, and equipment valuation division in the Valuation and Property Services Department headquarters. He has been very active in giving lectures and talks on PME subjects in various seminars, conferences, and short courses locally and abroad. He is also the board members of LPPSA or Lembaga Pembiayaan Perumahan Sektor Awam, Ministry of Finance since the year 2020. Thank you for your attention. Now it is time to hear from our honorable keynote speaker. He is very expert on plant, machinery, and equipment valuation. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Professor Industry Surveyor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Halim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Very good morning to all. And terima kasih kepada yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis for the introductions. I hope the line is clear and loud enough for everyone to hear, so that we pray so that there is no interruptions during the sharing of these topics on the new challenges in the plant, machinery, and equipment valuations. Bapak Arik Haryono, the Directors of Valuations, DG SAM, Ministry of Finance, Republic Indonesia. Ini kawan lama, sudah lama tidak berjumpa since pandemic.
Prof, terima kasih.
Ya, selamat bertemu kembali. Well, probably in this webinar, I think there are a few colleagues of Bapak Arik pun ada sekali daripada bersama-sama di UiTM dahulu. Nanti akan ketemu tuh di dalam line ini. the vice presidents of the vice rector, three in charge of research and community service and cooperation and accelerations of internalizations, Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hazibuan, and Professor Dr. Elizabeth Siahan, all distinguished guests from various organizations, and I was informed here that they are from Pecan Stance, MAPI National and Regional Leaderships Council, lecturers and students of USU, University of Sumatera Utara, and the rest parts of Indonesia, rectors of UITMs, NAPIC directors, Xavier Abdurrahman, head of departments, real estates, faculty of built environments, Dr. Aino, lecturers, students from all the universities in Malaysia and Indonesia. Again, in Malaysia, we have students from UITM, UTM, UTHM, officers from JPPH, and many others. Fellow friends, ladies and gentlemen. These are very interesting topics about challenges in their plant, machineries, and equipment valuations. And it gives me a great pleasure to be here in this international webinar to share with all about my experience. And probably the most important thing is to discuss among us the importance of this subject. I appreciate Professor Dr. Elizabeth Sian for making this event possible, as well as all USU members and staff who has been working extremely hard to ensure this webinar is a success. We hope that this morning international webinar will serve as the starting point, as mentioned by Bapak Arik, for our efforts to advance the professions. And in keeping with the spirits of ASEAN nations, we hope that the spirit of exchanging experiences and knowledge among us will help to advance the professions and get industry recognitions. Of course, plant machinery equipment, as the acronym PME, is highly interesting field that requires a great deal of serious study, experience, and previous experience. Extensive preparations, of course, is required when performing inspections and collecting details from documents, and the amounts of work will vary depending on how big the plant machinery equipment that we are going to value. And to ensure that the executions of the instruction will satisfy our client, of course, with the reports at the end of the day, it is vital that the correct instructions are obtained from the clients in the first instance. Only you will be able to continue with the work once you have been equipped with the necessary informations. I think with that, we have to also plan our work meticulously, inspect the plant machinery as thoroughly as you can, obtain the correct data, source, and adhere to the standards. That's another part that we'll share about the standards of evaluations later in the slides. Well, let's begin with our topics of today. I hope that everything is clear enough for everyone to hear. Okay. Well, first of all, we look into why actually we need to value plant machinery and equipments. Yes, of course, the reason why we need to value is that number one is that we want to know the worth of our assets, how much actually we have in our books, the amount of plant machinery equipments that we have, and when we buy or when we sell the equipments for any business, it is also important to know how much it's worth and whether it will be a good investment with reasonable returns at the end of the day. So with the valuation, we can get an accurate, or rather to determine what will be the market's value of our equipments at the moments or at the current dates. And then we can plan what will benefits for the futures of our business. And then also the second one is that we will be able to have the inventory list, and we ensure that each and every asset that we have, we know the economic life. So with that, it is very useful in estimating the useful economic life of our machines, equipments, or rather what we have. This means that how long we can keep it before it will end up its economic life, or it require for a repair or a replacement. So in understanding this, it can help us to maintain, to reduce machine downtime and improve perhaps the efficiencies. And it is also important to know whether our machine always up to date, as we know that with the advancements of the technologies, there are changes, and sometimes we need to improve and we need to replace some of the obsolete asset that has been scheduled accordingly. And the other things that we have to know is that to ensure the sustainability of our assets, being proactive about the usage, therefore it is also critical to keep things running smoothly. So with valuations of our plant, machinery, and equipments, we can see what will be the potentials, financial, logistical locations, and provide reasonable budget at the beginnings of the years for the maintenance and upkeeps of the assets. And finally, of course, it registers assets for future plannings. So for the plant, machinery, and equipment valuation, it shows us how much money we will need to expand our fleet. If we have a big projects coming up, what we need to buy more equipment, whether we need to buy more equipment, evaluation will let us know how much money we need to raise to get a job. Maybe for examples, we want to construct a palm oil mill or any other factories of manufacturing industry that we want to construct. Therefore, we can budget it accordingly. Let us go through to some of the thoughts by the gurus in the plant and machineries and equipment evaluations. For instance, Edward J. Watts, in an introduction to the plant machinery valuation implication for building, says that all fixed assets other than land and building. It's simple, isn't it? So anything you think that is other than the real estate or rather land and building, they are considered as plant, machinery, and equipment. As simple as that to understand it. Well, the others gurus like Kirit Bhutpatis from India says that plant, machineries are terms used to refer to installations and support facilities for manufacturing industry design, and is to perform a specific predetermined functions, whether used singly or in combinations with other items to enhance the productivity or operating facilities. And of course, it will include all devices in fixed or movable forms. Either it's fixed or it is in the terms of movable forms other than real estate. So meaning the same as other than land and building. And it deployed in manufacturing, processing, and assemblies of product from the stage of the raw materials right to the finished goods. And the famous author of the Valuations of Plant Machinery's Handbook, like Chris Derry, says that in his books, it can be thought as the fixed assets of companies other than land and buildings. For examples, motor vehicles, mobile plants, ships, locomotive, airplanes, similar assets which are patently not physically fixed would normally be considered to be plant, machineries, and equipments. So let's look into the other aspects of the law, a court case law within the Supreme Court of New South Wales, Australia, in the case of Australian Gas Light Companies against the Valuers General 1940, it says that it is relevant to consider not only its designs, size, methods of constructions, and mode of attachment at the soil, but also the most importantly is its use and its functions. So therefore, I mean, in conclusions, what we can see from the definition is that anything other than non-emitting will be considered as plant machinery equipment. Or we look at the furnitures, we look at the inventories, we look at the anything machines that we found in the factories, they are considered as plant machinery equipment. And even for the ships, vessels, mobile, all the loaders and all that are also considered as plant machineries and equipment. So on the topics today that I would like to share with everyone, here is on the new challenges in plant machineries. I have outlined a few series of things that we're going to go through one by one, and probably at the end of the day, we'll discuss this or we'll wait for any questions from the participants. We'll be talking about the scope of work, and then we'll be looking into the standards, the regulatory bodies, manual, and the recognitions, maybe probably in a global spectrums all over the world. And of course, a little bit on the glossary and the terminologies. And on the aspects of valuations, I will touch about some of the case study that I have done, valuations. And then the inspections parts, probably just little general discussions on the inspections. Then we'll go through on the importance of the training process and the conferences, seminars, or anything that we can disseminate the knowledge or the understandings of plant machinery equipments. And finally, we go to the conclusions. So on the scope of work, normally for any plant valuer, the plant machinery and equipment valuers will look into the various aspects of machines that normally found within the factory, within the manufacturing industries, or some within the mills. They may be considered as a single machines, or sometimes it's a process plant altogether. Let's look one by one here. On the scope of work, like for instance, I may not going through one by one for all these particular types of machine, but in general, we'll touch a little bit here and there on the importance for us to really understand the wide spectrums of work if we are involved professionally in doing the valuations of plant machinery equipment. Just for instance, for the workshops, machines alone, we'll be talking about various equipments, things, tools that are normally found within the workshops. Where does the workshops come? In any factories, they probably will have the workshops that do repairs, maintenance, and whatnot. So it's designed for drawing manufacturing of metal components, for instance. They are like examples here. We could see the power tools. They are the gensets, the portable gensets. We can see here. They are probably also like the cylindricals. They supply all these types of welding machines, and the lathe engine, the workbenches, the milling, the shaping, and all kinds of workshop machines that normally found within the workshop itself. And then look at the agriculture machinery. You can think about anything that is worked within the farming and agriculture industries. Machinery for planting, machinery for farming, machinery for fertilizing, machinery that is used for pest control. So just imagine the huge kinds of machines that is involved, and the bulk of the task and the work that probably the plant machinery will have to do is tremendously huge and wide. So just imagine if we are involved in the valuations of plant and machinery equipment with the variety of jobs that we can carry out, is a marvelous business for everyone. I think we're looking forward that everyone will gain something from this sharing of experience and the subject matters, that after this, everyone will be looking into the professions of doing valuations of plant, machinery, and equipments. So just like look on the communication equipment, for instance, I have once done when there, at one time, when they have upgraded the telecommunication system from 2G to 3G. After sometimes they have to replace the 2G systems with the 3G system. Just imagine the amount of work we have to carry out. We have to climb up to the rooftops of all the buildings in Kuala Lumpur here, taking all the specifications and the plate of the equipments which are located on the high-rise buildings. So just imagine the amount of work that we have to carry out. And of course, with that job that we have to carry out, we need to have a lot of data. We need to have a lot of reference. We need to have a lot of, checking of, sales and other things related to that before we come to a conclusions of valuations. But nevertheless, I think if we are really, focused on the job that we are going to carry out on this valuation of communication equipments, I think that is really a fun things to do in order for us at the end of the day. We'll be, very happy to have all these things with us on our desktops. So let's look into the other things, like even the computer servers and network. There are lots of things related to that as well, because when we talk about the computers and all these servers, network, there are lots of information needed before we make the conclusions for the reports. And things like contractors, machineries. Of course, for plant valuers, we are sometimes involved in determining the value of the machineries that needs to be, at the end of the day, all these machineries, once they have, finished or completed the constructions, they need to be disposed. So once they need to be disposed, they need to determine sometimes the values for all the machineries that need to be disposed or to be sell off at the end of the project. So just imagine the amount of work we need to do. Sometimes it could be a scrap value, or rather is already totally obsolete, but still then there is a worth of value to all these equipments and machineries. And like even the engineerings, we have lots of scaffoldings, lot of lifting cranes, and all that. All these are actually part of the plant, machinery, and equipments that need to be valued. And then the food, beverages, and processing plants, of course, also involved in the various things like, for preparations of food, for preparations of different types of kinds of products that needs to be packages that need to be are properly put in a proper manner before they are delivered to the customers. So I have been doing quite numbers of huge, or rather big processing plants. For instance, when I did my attachment program in New Zealand many years ago, we did value the kiwi dairies, where is a milk factories. They process the mozzarella, the milk, and the powder milks as well. And it involves the processing plants that come from the beginnings and until the finished product. So just imagine the amount of times we have to spend the amount of work we have to do, and the amount of machine that we need to inspect. And we need to inspect the machine one by one from one sections to another sections, and to ensure that everything is thoroughly been inspected and thoroughly been compiled at the end of the day before we do the proper reports for our clients. Even perhaps there are also many other factories that involve like factories that prepare the bottlings of maybe beverages, drinks, and whatnot. Okay. And then the lab, the laboratories. The laboratories also is one of the important things. Whenever we go to any of these factories, any of the mill, they will normally have the sections on their factories. They have the lab, where the lab actually is a place where they do the testing of all the products that they produce. For instance, there are testing equipments within the labs. They are there in order to ensure the quality of the products and the compliance to the standards. They need to have that, the R&D. So all these equipments, things that they have is actually for them to ensure that the product is up to the standards of what they need to produce. And the infrastructures, I mean, there are lots and lots of things that actually we can talk about plant machinery equipment valuation. If we talk about infrastructures, if you involve in bridges, in assets valuations, in the viaducts, in the tunnels, and all kinds of, you just name it, with all the fleets that we have, the transportations, you need all the infrastructures. And even nowadays, the roads need to be valued and all this. And perhaps for the minings and the quarry, also, they are all kinds of machines that you can find within the mining and the quarry. You can find machines like crusher, machine like aggregate processing plants. You can find cone crusher, you can find jaws crushers, and all kinds of names you got to be familiarized. Therefore, a plant valuers will also have to have an insight, a little bit knowledge on the engineering terminologies, engineering jargons, and all that, so that we are able to understand what the machine all about. Therefore, a plant valuers will be an advantage if we have an extra knowledge on the engineering and other parts of civil and the structures understandings of what the machines are all about. And the plastic industries, we can just think about what will be in the plastic industries. The rubber industries, like Malaysia, Indonesia, we have lots of industry related to rubber, and perhaps now it's taken over by the palm oil mill. So that's another interesting topics we can have, or even perhaps we can talk about in the case study afterwards, we could see how to value the palm oil mill, the textile, the transportation equipments, and some of these experts, or rather a specialized valuer, they are even specialized in some of the specific topics they specialize. Some, like for transportations, they are experts in doing valuations for the bulldozer, load loaders, or even excavator crawlers, tractors, and whatnot. So those are the different types of transportation equipment, whether it's licensed or not licensed. And then the woodworkings. So of course, the woodworkings is something to do with all the special tools. Perhaps it's not only woodworkings, for special tools, perhaps when I did evaluation for the air rods, place where they do this maintenance and repair for the aircraft. So even the small special tool will cost them huge amount of money just because of their very special tools. And even perhaps nowadays we have all these motor vehicles. They need a very special tools for them to do the sort of a maintenance and whatnot. So that would be a bit costly to have all these specialized tools for them in order to do maintenance and all the repairs they need to do. The printings, a power plants. Then we come to another aspects of the evaluation for a power plants. Whether this power plants they comes in all different types of different types. Maybe is from the coal, from the natural gas, from the solar, hybrid, even perhaps like nowadays they have a biodiesel power that generates the power for electricity and for the consumptions of the mill and the factories. So even like in the palm oil mill, for instance, the products of these fibers or the shell that comes from the palm nuts are actually recycled to become the fuel for the steam generators. They are attached to the steam power or the steam generators. And then we move on to the electricities and gas supply. Then we go on the examples of infrastructures. You just imagine if you are given a task to undertake evaluation for the infrastructures. For instance, I have here in Malaysia, with the numbers of grid that you have, the numbers of time you have to spend, and the numbers of equipments that you have to inspect and to collect on the site, it will take you quite a long time, or perhaps numbers of days or week in order to complete the whole task. So just imagine if you are given this task to value or to undertake electricity and gas supply infrastructures, it will really a very challenging sorts of things. And then what is important is that what would be the knowledge, what would be the things that we are supposed to get, the informations that is needed for us to carry out all these evaluations. And then even sometimes we could even couldn't see on the surface, or it is actually beneath under the sea, like the submarine cables between West and East Malaysia. So these are all things that are big challenges to us. But if you are given all these tasks, how actually we are going to carry out? How are we going to get all this information? Whether the inventory is good enough to be given by our client, or there are things that we are going to check everywhere with the documentations of the tender documents. We have to go back to the contracts and all that needs to be studied thoroughly. The asset valuation program, for instance, if you are given to undertake valuations, some equipments are on the space. So how are you going to, whether you're going to the space to inspect or not? So that is really some things that we have to think about it deeply. So let's go on the other topics of the sharing of my experience on the types of machinery and equipment class. So when we talk about plant, machinery, and equipment valuations, we are not running away from looking at the production machinery itself. What does the production machinery actually represent? It represents a relatively large percentage or a total value of a plant itself. So just imagine when we are undertaking evaluation for a factories or a mill, even though it's a structures of a shelter, a house, a building, but sometimes those building which is dedicated, which is designed to shelter all this equipment will be considered as part of the plant, machinery, and equipment. So in order to do that, in the reports, we could have clearly stated that in order for us to determine the valuations, we have included the shelters, the building as part of the plant and machinery. So the term of reference in doing the valuation must be very clear to our client, to our customers that is requesting for evaluations. Therefore, we must not taking the valuation as a double counting. We value building, on the other side in the plant machinery and equipment valuation, we value again the building. So therefore, we have to segregate and clearly mentions that whichever falls under the building should be stipulated under the building per se, but whichever that falls under plant, machineries, and equipment valuation should be mentioned that they are included in the plant, machinery, and equipment valuations. And of course, if we are looking at the palm oil mills, in the clarification station, for example, the extractings of oil are from the fresh fruit bunch of the palm oil, the oil palms. I mean, when they are in the process, once they are at the end of the processings, they will, recoup the oil. So all these treatments of oil will then be storage in this CPO. And the other part is that besides the recoveries of the oil, is that is the kernel recovery stations, because they normally will have two products. One is the oil and the other one is the kernel. So we have to understand all these a series of stations, from the receptions, from the sterilization, from the stretching, from the pressing, from the depicarping, the nut polishing drums, the winnower, the clay bath, and all that until the ends of the kernel drying silos and to the kernel disperse silos. What are the components that is involved in the specific plants, machineries, and equipment today? So each and every sections, we have to get details of the specifications. We have to get details of the nameplates and all the related amounts of informations that is needed before we get back to the supplier for the quoting of price and getting the data informations in order to proceed with the valuations. For instance, we have the boiler here. Once you get the specifications of the boiler, and then you have to get the quotations or the price of the current price of the boiler from the supplier. So in order to get that, you need to have the various specification regard to the model, the type, for instance, the capacity, and all that. Then only you'll be able to determine the invoice and the quotation for that particular boiler. This is another examples of the palm oil mill. You have here the receptions area. You have the various types of sterilizer here. Recently I have done valuation for one of the 40 hour per tons palm oil mill. This is the vertical types of sterilizer, because those days we have the horizontal types. We have even the tilted types of sterilizer. These examples of the verticals, and these the CPO, the crude palm oil tank. So in the business of oil refinery, of course, for a plant valuer, it depends on the instructions of the clients whether we're going to undertake valuations of the upstreams equipments, the midstreams, or the downstreams. If it is on the upstreams, it involves the offshore platforms and the onshore pump jets, or either the offshore or the onshore. And if it is for the midstreams, it's involved all the storage or the tanks, the pipelines. There are various things within the pipelines, whether the valve, there are different types of measurements and diameters of the piping, and all the other things related to that. And even perhaps you have to know it also may be involved on the transportations. And if it is involved on the downstreams, that would be the distribution parts, things like valuations of the petrol pumps and the refining and purifying factories or manufacturing or the mill. Then we move on to the support equipments. Support equipments means a machinery that maintains or increases the abilities and capacities of the production equipments. So whatever things related to the main equipments, they will normally, attach or with the ancillary equipment. So this ancillary equipment actually are things related to that. And then in the valuations of plant machinery equipment, of course, there are also things related to the understandings of what are the other components that is normally found within the time we inspect the site. For instance, here we have the motor control centers and the switchgear. That is the main electrical substations that the MCC is usually normally the largest electrical distribution center in the plants. And we sometimes have to be familiarized with all these terminologies, acronyms like the PLC, like the AC, like the DC, single or three-phase electricity, because when we go on site, we'll be talking to engineers and they will quote us with all these acronyms. So when we are used to all these acronyms, then it will make our job more easier, and we could, communicate with them in a better way, and we will be able to get as much information as we need. So for instance, like the PLC, what is PLC? PLC actually is a specialized device that is normally used to provide high-speed, low-level controls of a process. And it is a program using the LD or some form of structured language, and it is used that so that the engineers can program it. And the PLC hardware typically costs a lot of money, of course, and often has a very good redundancies and failover capabilities. So that's why when you walk around the factories, the things with all this, the lights, the buttons, the switches, actually is the PLC, which sometimes will be found within the cabinets in the mill itself, or it could be possibly a DCS or a bigger one. They call it a PLC. And why they need this PLC? Because those days it was done manually. It was done on a single basis control. But with the PLC, you can program it, and then of course the efficiency of the products will be much more better with the PLC system attached to the components of the machine equipments that they have. And for the control panels, here when we talk about the control panels, actually it's just a flat typical verticals area where we control, where control or monitoring instruments are displayed. Like for instance, here you can see the picture here. This one of the control panels in the Tenaga Nasional Berhad in Malaysia, where this is one of the power plants that we have inspected a few years ago. Well, they are typically found in more complex piece of engineering, whether in the nuclear power plant, in the ships, in the vessel, in the aircraft, and all that. So these are actually we need to study them. We need to understand what are the usage and what are the different kinds of control they have, so that at the end of the day, we can come out with figures, with values to that. So see, just imagine the amount of tasks that we have to undergo, that we have to take seriously when we do inspections to all these places where they have this control panel. Well, sometimes you even could see it's only a cabinet like that, a simple cabinet, but inside the cabinets there are all kinds of switches, all kinds of fuses, all kinds of things that you will find in it. So just imagine, you have to understand that, because you will translate that into value at the end of the day. Another switchboard, one or more panels accommodating control switches, indicators, and other apparatus for operating electric circuits. So just imagine, I just like to highlight here to all that in order for us to really understand what it's all about, then we have to really go thoroughly, and we need to be adhere to the focus with the inspections that we're going to undertake. And the DCS is a network arrangement that allow multiple switches in the same or remote location to work together as one switch. So it calls distributed communication systems. So even perhaps nowadays, all these systems you can control with your handphones and whatnot. And then the power wiring. Why I highlighted this power wiring is important, because the plant power wiring connects the plant's equipment to the MCC. And the equipment is strung together with wiring, with controls and switches. And therefore, a plant valuer will have to estimate the size, the number of linear feet of conduits and wires, numbers of motors, supply boxes, switching between the equipment and the MCC. Well, just imagine there, ladies and gentlemen, when we do this power wiring, if you are asked to undertake evaluations of a runway, airport runway, just imagine if you are to undertake evaluation of airport runway, there are all kinds of cabling underneath the runway, a primary cabling, a secondary cabling, and then they come in different forms of sizes, and they come in their very, long linear fruits of, cablings that is tied and links to all the respective switches and controls centers. So how actually we're going to identify and measures all this cabling? They could be a few hundreds kilometers altogether. So, well, with the advancements and the importance to understand the AutoCAD and all that, we could study the AutoCAD systems, and from there we can derive all these specifications and the other things related to that, so that we're able to get all the informations before we at the end of the day compute the valuations. I would love to share on the valuations that we have done in terms of actually the challenges and how actually we overcomes to get all these informations at the end of the day. And the process pipings that includes piping, valve, fittings, pumps and process control. Purpose of piping. As I mentioned in my early lectures just now, when I did my kiwi dairies in New Zealand, you know, a plant will have a lots of piping system, from a very small diameters of piping system until to a bigger one, with all the valve in between, all the pumps that they have, and you just imagine with all this the red colorings, piping systems that you have here. So you just imagine how we're going to get all the details of all this is without the use of the engineering diagrammatics plans. You might be impossible to get, but with all those plans that is given to you, then you will really can work it out. Like the industry piping, of course, in terms of the air compressors, all this, even in hospitals. I've done one valuation for the hospitals in Sabah a few years, many years ago, where many of all these piping systems, ductings, and all that are involved. So just imagine for plant valuers, all those information need to be gathered before we prepare the reports. In the oil refinery plants, what you see is just structures, all the pipings, whether it's small, they are the fumes, and everything that you see there, it needs to be collected and transformed in our inspections notes. The foundations. For any plant valuers, we are also involved in determining the foundations of the plants that is going to be installed later on. So the preparation of foundations, whether it amounts a lot or a little, is also important for us to understand, because sometimes it involves in a huge amounts of money to be invested in the preparations of the foundations. So for all this preparation of foundations, we need to have an understanding of the how it is being prepared and what would be the amount and worth of the foundations that is to be included in the valuation later on. For this, some machinery requires special pit and heavy foundations. Coming back to the evaluations of the palm oil mill that I've mentioned just now, which I've recently did evaluations for the way bridge. So you have to understand, for the way bridge that is you're going to value, you need to understand whether it's like a pit types way bridge, or it's a surface type way bridge. If it is pitless, then it will different a cost altogether. So that is what we need to understand. And before we get all these informations, we have to actually have an ideas about what actually the machines, the equipment that we're going to inspect. Then, of course, later on, it's easier for us to gather the information and ask all the relevant questions with the manager in charge or the supervisor in charge of all these specific mills and factories that we're going to undertake the evaluations. And for the structural supports, we have all this, like the catwalk, the the ladder, the staircase, and all that. So all these structural supports are also important in the evaluations of plant, machinery, and equipment evaluations. These are examples that I mentioned just now. The installed machinery may require structural steels. They could be a catwalks, a ladder, or platforms that are for them to do the work. So this is another types of ladder for the structures that is attached to the factories. And then on the other side is for us to understand about the materials handling and storage equipments. Of course, when we go on to inspect the factories, we will come across with all these material handling and storage equipments within the mill itself. It could be a forklift, it could be a loader, it could be a conveyor, it could be a crane, it could be a hoist, pallet mover, programmable inventory system, and whatnot. So these are the things that we come across when we inspect any of the factories. This is another interesting examples of handlings at the airport. You just imagine. If anyone have been to Kuala Lumpur International Airport, this one of the baggage handling system located at our Terminal 1, KLIA 1. We have satellite buildings, we have terminal buildings. So this is examples of the baggage handling system at the Terminal 1. As you can see on the top, that is the departure level, the ticketing area. There are altogether a few islands of ticketing area, comprises of about 216 ticketing counters. And once you have check-in, it will just go below down to the mezzanine. And it goes to the sorter and the secondary sorter. And with all these sorting areas and whatnot, you have all kind of machine within that sections. You have the X-ray machines, you have the sniffing machine, you have the bomb detection machines, and whatnot. You have the police, which are going to clarify any suspicious metals within the luggage, and so forth. So if you check in very much early, it will just go down below here at the brown colored area here, the basement level. This is called the area of early baggage storage. And sometimes for some of the baggage system that you have, you check in here, they are brought to the satellite through these high rapid conveyor systems. So these a conveyor system. And just imagine for the handling system at the airports, the conveyor systems, the conveyor system that you have here, it is about 34 kilometers, 34 kilometers. It's just like a roller coaster, you know, within the airport itself. And there are some other airports, they have about 78 kilometers, 138 kilometers, depending on how big the size of an airport. And I couldn't imagine how many kilometers of a baggage handling system you have in Jakarta airports. So you just imagine for you to come out with the figures of this baggage handling system, how long will it take you to inspect? How long will it take you to identify the 34 kilometers of that particular conveyor systems? Okay, any questions so far? Okay, these are baggage handling systems that we have in Kuala Lumpur International Airport. This is the ticketing agent. This is the ticketing counters. You can check in here, and it goes down below. And this one of the examples of the conveyor system from the contact pier, the terminal buildings, right to the satellite buildings. And then, of course, when we talk about valuations of plant machinery equipments, there are also things like the overhead driving cranes, and it comes in various capacities, various tonnages of liftings, capabilities, and all these are part of the plant machinery and equipments that we need to view and inspect on sites. And then for the forklift, the electric reach trucks, wheel loader, electric chains hoist, the truck cranes and all that, those are the mobile equipments that you will find normally when you do these plant machinery equipments valuations. So these are also another examples. And then we go on to the general plant equipments. They are located in manufacturing instead of office area. So what you have there is actually a benches, a rack, a lockers, a scale, hand trucks, time recorder, fire extinguisher, and similar assets. So depending on the instructions or the requests of our clients, well, sometimes if you need to value lock stocks and everything's there, so you need to value everything for insurance purpose, for instance. So you need to list all the inventories that they have within the factories, and then you need to collect all the informations within the factories, and at the end of the day, you have to value. Or even perhaps if any of these equipments that go bust, they go foreclosures, liquidations, and whatnot. So maybe probably we'll have to value everything. I once have an experience when I did a foreclosures valuation with it from the very beginnings, right from quoting of the scale fees until the auction day. So it involved a huge numbers of equipments, machines that need to be valued. So we have to identify each and every equipments there and come out with the figures and the value of each and every one. Like this general plants equipments, laboratory bench, shelf, fire extinguisher, time recorder, platform scales. And then for the rolling stocks, there are two subclasses, like the plant vehicles, truck, cranes, tractors, mobile equipments, not licensed for road. And the licensed one will be automobile trucks, tractors, trailers, and other vehicles licensed for roads. And for the laboratories and test equipments, so this item is free for operations of the lab and the test facilities. They are typically equipments would include microscopes, cleans tables, fumes hook, ventilating system, spectrograph, oven, steel, glassware, and other smells. Except, of course, there are lots and lots more to list it all for our understanding, like this microscope, the oven, the glassware. But what is important is that for us to get all the details of this oven, what will be the name, what will be the model, what will be the capacity of that, and what will be the size of that oven, as well as other things that we inspect. And then for office furnitures, fixtures, and equipments. So what the plant valuer will do is that you may include office furnitures, fixtures, equipments. Even you're asked to undertake valuation for a hospital, for instance, when we did the valuation for hospital for government at one time to acquire a hospital. So we need to identify the bed, the patient bed, the furnitures within the hospitals, and all other equipments within the hospitals. So the desk, the table, the chairs, the organizers, the filing cabinets, the portable partitions, the calculators, the photocopy machines, the fax machines, the check writers, the typewriters. Nowadays we don't have the check writers anymore, but probably it will be the PCs and whatnot. Okay, so these are examples of what we will normally do. And then for the computers equipments, like the motor printers, the plotters, the modem, the scanners, and all other similar assets. So all these are attached to the valuation. And sometimes they even perhaps you have to undertake software associated with the system. So this software actually sometimes is very costly. Of course, there are programmable software that is, you have engaged probably somebody to to make it for you, and then that will be very costly sometimes, and then you have to give a value to that. Okay, and then the tools divided into two subclasses, whether it's permanent or the perishable tools. So what is important is that sometimes we could see that these tools are simple tools, but there are special tools, which I mentioned earlier just now, which special tools will be very costly. And yet for you to really get all this information about the tools, so that at the end of the day you can so that you'll be able to get the quotation for that particular tools. Say like the drills, the toolbox, the anvil, the bench vise, the saw blades, all these special tools that is built for specific operations or applications. The dies, the jigs, the mold, the patterns, templates, and all other similar assets. Okay. And then the construction in progress includes under constructions that has not been completed and capitalized. And then could be there, just to mention a few list classes on the special classes of factories, like the aircraft, the bottle case and cases, beverage, industry, screen bakery, ships, vessel, and other similar assets. Okay, enough for the different classes of equipments. Then we look into the standards. Remember when I outlined the different topics that we're going to deal in this talks is about to understand what is the international standards that is in the markets, that is being practiced within our professions in the world. Like we have, for instance, the international valuation standards. This international valuation standard, there are specific standards. They just talk about the plant, machinery, equipment valuations. And then like the uniform standards of professional appraisal, USPAC, they are clauses where they deal with their plant, machinery, equipment valuation. And then it goes to the RIS evaluations. It has been long there. And then there are topics on the plant, machinery, and equipment valuations. And then like the TIGORA, the European Plants, Machinery, Equipment Valuation Standards, they are standards for the plant, machinery valuers. And even the API of Australia and New Zealand, their valuation and property standards, which talks about how they have to adhere to the standards when you value plant, machinery, and equipment. And in our country, Malaysia, we have these Malaysian valuation standards, and there are specific page that talks about the standards on plant and machinery valuation. The standard 15 of the MVS talks about the plant, machinery, and equipment valuations. I have here. Okay. So there are detailed comparisons of these standards. Of course, I mean, with due respect, Indonesia will have the standards, and everyone's in each and every country will have. We have a friend from Singapore, we have a friend from other, even perhaps I've invited our friend from Papua New Guinea. I'm not sure whether he's in this webinar or not, but perhaps when we talk about standards, each and every country have their own standards. So when we talk about standards, what are the issues that deal within these standards? They're normally the structures of documents and applications, and then we get back to the definitions of the things that we are being asked to carry out. the particulars, purpose and all that, and then the various valuation approaches on the methods, the assumptions, the limiting conditions, what the assumption that need to be, attached to the valuations that reports that we have undertakes in terms of whether that assumptions is really according to the standards, or there are some other additional assumptions that we have added on. And then, of course, they could be things on the ethics, on the code of conducts, the reporting, the departure, and of course, the appraisal review. Of course, to talk in details about the standards, we have to have some time. But what is important in the standard is that these are the elements, the things that is needed for the standard, so that whenever reports that been prepared, it comes with these professional standards and it been recognized by our the user or the clients. So for all these 5 categories identified above, as mentioned just now, a study conducted by the appraisal foundations, what they have commented is that there are about 76 sub-issues, which then at the end of the day, they concluded that the valuation standards around the world will have actually, in a way, more similarities than dissimilarities. And they have suggested that valuation profession should feel encouraged to develop strong and universally accepted valuation standard, so as to establish our profession in its rightful place alongside any and all other global profession. We just imagine if we in the ASEAN countries, if we have this valuation standard for plant machinery, that would be much better, isn't it? So these are the challenges, as what mentioned by Bapak Arik just now, as how can we like this we gather, and in this platform we can think about how to go about with sharing of knowledge, with sharing of data, sharing of things of similar things that we need. So I think if we can do that, it will be a tremendous advance for the professions of plant machinery equipment within the ASEAN countries. Even perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, when I was with the BOVIET, the Board of Valuers, Appraiser, Estate Agent and Property Management, before I retired from the governments, there are proposals from one of the valuers that on the plant machinery equipment valuation for the ASEAN countries. I'm not too sure whether there is any follow-up on that, but if we have that, why not we get on the dashboard, and then round table we discuss about it. Okay. So what are the standards that we're talking about? Where have they come from? So actually, who needs all these valuation standards? If we need, so we must have it within us. So because there are demand and approved loan facility from financial sectors, the financial sector, the institution, the bank, and all that, they need to have a reference for all these professional works that have been done. So for them to recognize, so these are the things that we need to do. And then apportionments of property, plant equipment in selected, for instance, here in Malaysia companies, we have so many big companies in Malaysia, Telekom Malaysia, Petronas, Naga. They have huge amount of property, plant, billions of dollars. So even perhaps I think even Indonesia also will have billions of dollars of property, plant, machinery, equipment that need to be valued for all kind of purpose, for insurance, for financial purposes, for for the nations. Probably the government will need to know what is the worth amount of asset they have, what will be the worth amount of infrastructure they have. So we just imagine with all this huge amount of work we can carry out, it will come to a conclusion that there is a need for the plant, equipments, and valuation to come around to do all this valuation. And then for all these premise of values, we talk about market value in situ, market value ex situ, market value removal, and all those terms that we have, even foreclosures and all that. So we need to have all these standards. And if we have a understanding among us, then it's easier for us to negotiate. Even we have a negotiation within country by countries, nation. We need to have some foundations for the negotiations. So just imagine when we talk about all the standards. So these are the things that we have to think about for the futures. And I think it's open up to everyone to think about the future of plant, machinery, and equipment valuations if we were to move on. Like I'm just taking for instance, in other countries, in Brazil, for instance, in Brazil, it required by the law that technical reports for appraisal must be signed by engineers, not available according to their areas of expertise, because in Brazil, that is the status quo of the valuation reports they have. But perhaps if we look on the technical reports that they have, what is the technical report that they have? The technical report that they have is very similar to what available professions need to have. Like we have to know the manufacturing years, the serial numbers, the manufacturers, the year of constructions, the reconditioning or revisions, the indication of replaced part, and all that. So even perhaps in the Malaysian Valuation Standard, for instance, the Standard 15, we talks about the manufacturing years. We talk about the serial number, the manufacturers, and all that. So these are the things that we have to think hard enough so that we should come out with some things of good for the good of the valuation professions. And then again, it talks about the useful life of good, the fair market value, reparation cost value, replacement cost value, the net weight, and all these technological differences between the used and the new machines. So it's quite similar, isn't it? And then in China, there are 8 chapters and 55 articles on the how to carry out valuation for the plant, machinery, and equipment, certified general appraisal agencies. So I remember this was shared by one of the speakers from China when I attended during the last international conference on plant machinery in Auckland in the year 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So this is part of the standards that they have in China. Then, of course, we go on to the next sections of the lectures is on the glossary and the terminologies. Even perhaps, as I mentioned earlier, in any valuation, sometimes you go on site, people will just talks about the acronyms, about the short forms, about that. So when we talk with the supervisor, with the manager in charge of that particular sections, they will just talks about all these acronyms like the BSS. What is all about the RTA, the TTS, PLB. This example in the airport valuation. So BHS means it's about the baggage handling system, the luggage system where you check in, and then it goes to the X-ray machines, sniffing machines, and all that. And then the BSS means the baggage security system, where all this security system where they detect anything in your luggage, they can X-ray things that is brought together within your luggage. And then it talks about the RTA is the runway, the taxiway, and the aprons of the airports. So when we talk with them, they were just using all this acronym, and even perhaps the TTS. TTS is similar to the aero trains, the track transit system, the PLB, passengers loading bridges, or the aero bridge, and all that. Then we go on to the valuations. Okay, the valuations. So this is just an example of some of the valuations that we have come across previously, And perhaps even now, I'm still doing evaluation on plant machinery and equipment. The last I did was on the chicken abattoir. Belongs to one of the companies. So I mean, there are lots more evaluations that I've done. Even perhaps sometimes acquiring of ferry facilities, vessel, and then we go along hospital valuations, this quarry valuations or palm oil mill. This part of the fire safety sections in the airports. These water treatment plants, and then this, of course, everyone quite familiar with it. The runway. Just imagine for this runway, you can see the lighting system there. But to identify the different types of lighting system that you have, what is red, what is yellow, what is blue, what is green, and then what is the name of these lighting systems, how's the cabling, the transformer within this, and then the code for this runway. What are the code for each and every runway? For every runway, you will have the code for to represent what is the name of that runway. Like for instance, for the KLIA, we have the 13R, 32 L, 13 L, 32R, 15 and 30. And in Singapore, they will have different numbers coding of runway. In Jakarta, probably you have a different codings of runway. All these runway, they are represented by the codings, and they must comply to the international civil organizations associations. The standards is there, whether it's a class 1, class 2, or class 3 runway, and then the airport is there. So when we talk about runway, it's not just a simple lighting system, but it goes with the understandings of the types, the coding, and at the end of the day, of course, you will come out with the worth of that runway. Okay, if we have enough times, we will go through the case study of this and examples of some of the valuation that I have carried out on the palm oil mill, the trade transit system comparables, and the ferry records and documentation, how we're going to value ferry, and all that. So we leave it for the time being. Maybe later on we will go back to the case study. For the inspection, of course, if you were to conduct any inspections, there are stages of inspections that we need to adhere on doing the evaluation. That is before inspection. What is before inspection means what we need to do prior to the proper inspections. Of course, one, you have been agreed to undertake the jobs, and then the very first things you have to do is to do the cursory inspection. That is a general inspection, going around the area, familiarize the place, the sections, and get to know the person in charge. Then after it followed by the inspections proper. So either you go by level of the building from ground floor, first floor until the top roof, or it goes by the sections of the production plants, depending on the flow, depending on the types of plants that is going to be inspected. Then what you have to do after the inspections, gathering all the informations, taking all the specifications, taking all the things that is needed in order for us to derive a valuation at the end of the day. And of course, for the post-inspection is for you to conclude everything, and then database whatever things you have gathered, and then of course for future reference you can easily refer to all those valuation that you have done before. So it's just we have the during, the after, before, and the post. Okay. And then the least important information needed, of course, whatever we do inspections of plant machinery evaluations, what is important for us is that we need to get all this information beforehand. Number one is the asset register, the inventory. Where do we get the asset register? Sometimes we can ask from the capex, the capital expenditures records of the industry. If they don't have it, maybe probably you have to go through all the invoices they have, the records of documentations of the purchase, the acquisitions of assets they have done before. Or perhaps if they still don't have that, what you have to do is to get whatever information from the contract documents. They could have the contract documents. You go through the contract documents that they will have records on that. And perhaps the worst things altogether is that you don't have at all, so you have to do it yourself. Then probably you have to charge them a little bit higher fee for the job that you're going to carry on. You will come across to that situation, that scenario, because perhaps some of the operators are they will not have the proper keeping of the records. But nevertheless, these are the challenges. These are the things that will come across, and you can overcome that. Doesn't matter. And then, of course, you have the recent construction costing. This is also important because it will help you to understand that for the plant machinery and equipments that you're going to evaluate, they comes with all this construction of like we mentioned just now, the piping system, the cabling, the foundations, the preparation of foundation, all that. So that will comes will help you to really added it to the machines that you're going to value. And of course, the maintenance costs, the contract tender documents I mentioned just now, and then the equipment manuals. Of course, frankly speaking, if you were to undertake an evaluation of plant machineries, we do not understand everything. So you have to study the manual. You have to appreciate how it operates, at least understand the operations of the system. As I mentioned just now, if you are actually to undertake valuation of an airport for a runway, there are special lightings that assist the aircraft to land. It's called PAPI, the Precision Aircraft Path Indicator. There are 4 lightings of PAPI on the sides of the runway that blips the lights for the aircraft. That will guide the aircraft as whether they are on the right gradients, on the right levels before they land. So the lighting system will flash the lights to indicate the aircraft as to the appropriate height they are supposed to before they land the aircraft. So you have to understand that, because actually that will advantage for you later on to get quotations and understand whenever the supplier asks you, that you're able to reply back what they ask you, so that they understand, and then they could provide you a good a price quotations of what you're trying to get. And then the photograph, of course, is very important. You might forget things that you have inspected, but with the photograph, you can review it back, and then you can recall some of the things that you have inspected. And then nowadays, with all the phones that you have, it's much easier. Those days, I remember, it's not only the photographs that we miss, because some of the things it could be misplaced, or they couldn't be you could not retrieve again. So, and then the equipment inventories, and then the industry reviews. Maybe here is a little bit to understand about the performance of the industry and whatnots in order to incorporate in the reports. And then there are also a list of information needed besides the list that I have mentioned just now, like the attachment descriptions, the nameplates, the production capacity. Of course, you have the larger capacity for the performance of the factory, but even perhaps within the section itself, there are capacity of the equipments, the unit equipment itself. So you need to know that. And then the operation times, of course, you need to know whether it operates within 6 hours in a day, 8 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, all around the clock. And then what is the operation times that need to be recorded. And this is also important, the engineering drawing plans. Nowadays, it comes with this the AutoCADs. So they smarts are very helpful to all the plant values, because you have the capabilities of getting a more informations and a more complete details of what is all about, especially when you need to know the length of the cable, the length of the piping, the different types of piping types and whatnots. These examples of the opening meetings. Of course, whenever we do evaluations, we have to conduct opening meetings. We need to hear the briefings prior to the cursory inspections in terms of the subject matters of our things and machines that we're going to value. Okay, cursory visits. These are examples of cursory visits that we have done for informations of everyone. We have these satellite testing machines stations that test all the satellite which goes up to the sky. We have one here. So anyone who have any satellites sort of equipments that you need to be tested, you can come over here to Malaysia to test your satellites in our country. And then the technical components of the valuations, of course, we have the inspections, we have the valuation reports, we have the specification writings, methods of evaluations, depreciations. Of course, it comes with a few different approaches of depreciation, and then data and sales comparables, of course, is also very important. Well, talking about plant machinery evaluations, as a valuers, these are the common things that we always must always have in mind. Is the art and the science, the calculation, computation, formulations, and how to derive the figure. But when we talk about art, it's about how we're going to describe. Everyone have the style and the way to describe things, to describe the equipments. But they are also a guide for us to describe some of all the equipments that we have. For instance, in descriptions of plant machinery equipments, of course, we can describe equipments in terms of the macro descriptions, the micro one, and then the micro, the detail one. The macro will be the overall capacity of the plants. Of course, we can describe them in terms of the capacity outputs of the general plants, and then the micro will be the details of each individual plants that we have inspected. If there are thousands of individual items there, so it's just amazing. There are thousands of items to be incorporated in the reports. Like I've come across with valuations of Malaysian airports. We have done previously when I was in the governments. I have to go through all the states to value airports within the states. There's so many airports within the state, including we have the international, we have the domestic, And then we have the stall port, the short takeoff landing airport. Stall port's been a shorter runway airports that measure about 600 meters runway. So that things that we have to get all the informations. And then like even perhaps there are some special equipments under foreclosures. We have done quite numbers of nano plants research equipments, stations, but there are lots of specialized equipments inside there. Even perhaps like the naval dockyard in Lumut, Perak, we undertake evaluation for the all the equipments for the maintenance of the vessel, maintenance of the some of the equipments for the helicopters and whatnot. So those are actually things that relates to the arts and the science of the plant machinery equipment evaluations. Now, I remember once we even perhaps have undertaken evaluation for the things related to the processing of fruits before it exported to other countries. So there are so many things actually we have been requested by the client, and perhaps sometimes it's not only to determine the capital value, but perhaps sometimes it's also to determine the rental value. At one times there are special equipments belong to the forestry departments. They are considered as excavator lock fisher that that pull up all the logs from the interior of the forest right to the so that they will actually do not disturb the environment and the forest altogether. So those are the things that we have come across before, and many others as well. So for all the things that we have done before, these are the things that I have summarized, that in order for us to conduct any evaluations, there's something that beforehand we have to have this with us. Number one is that a team of plant valuers having experience valuations in the valuing plant machinery equipment. So of course, you can't do it alone, because if the amount of work involved is so much, so we need to have a numbers of officer plant valuers to undertake that valuation. So this team will then can segregate the sections that they're going to concentrate, and then at the end of the day they will gather and then form a combinations of the reports with them, and then they need to be allowed for sufficient amounts of time to perform the task, because some of the job is not straightforward. You need to do a lot of research. You need to do a lot of data findings. You need to do a lot of telephone calls, email, and is that from the moderator now? Okay. I thought I've already time's up. Is it
No,
time?
you can continue your presentation, Prof.
Okay, Prof. Okay, Prof. Okay, right.
Okay.
Now it's a little bit more, except maybe probably after we stop, I will share about the case study. But just to have an idea about when we do evaluation, these are the things I have summarized. So given the space and basic facility to conduct fieldwork, so normally we'll ask to have a space at this on the site. So you can't have you can go back to the office, and then because sometimes you need to discuss with your team on site. So those are the basic things that you need to have when you do the field work. And then of course it's about the budget, sufficient fund to perform the work and to provide to be given accommodations. Of course, there are officers away from the place, so you need to have accommodation and transportation for that. And then also is to get all those relevant adequate data for comparisons. So I mean, there's a lot of work that you have to do. Getting all those relevant data is to get all the quotations, all the invoices, informations from the relevant authority, relevant supplier or manufacturer. And some of the equipments, they are a monopoly types, a very specialized type that originated from that supplier only. So in terms of that, you have to get in touch with that particular company. And some are very general forms of equipment, so you can compare. But even to compare equipment that is produced from one country to another country, so that could be another big issues there, because they could be some differences in terms of capacity, capability, and performance, and also the economic life. So of course, there are lots of factors that need to be taken into consideration for this kind of data for comparison. And of course, you have all those previous data that you can make use of what you have. And then of course, for site inspections, you need somebody to guide, maybe from that particular factory or the mill. So you need somebody to really to assist you for the inspections. And then of course the communication and the transportations. So because if the place is very wide, the place is very big, so you need to have the transportation to go from one place to another. Okay, I think I've explained about the information need to be collected just now. Okay, and then the other parts of the information that is related to the plant, machinery, and equipment evaluation is about this a few items that I mentioned on the screen. There is warranties, after sales, documents manual, resident engineer, special training workshops, etc. So the special things about plant machinery valuation is that the machines, the machinery that we value is not only just the machine itself. It together with the warranties. It's together with the resident engineer. For instance, when the Malaysian airport have the aerotrain service that service the transport the passengers from the contact pier, the terminal building, right to the satellite buildings, they have the resident engineer for the aerotrain that came down from the Germany. So that will cause their value of the aerotrains, because you at the same time you also have to pay for the resident engineers as well. And then some of the special equipments, they come with the special training workshops, because all the specialized equipments, they need to be someone who really can maneuver and be the one who will oversees and control this special equipment. So they need someone who are trained so that they will be able to make good use of that particular equipments. Okay, and then we move along to about the last slide about the training, the CPD and the conferences. Remember when I talked earlier about the last bit of the topics is about the training, the CPD and the conferences. Of course, to be a plant valuer, we need to be trained. Like Valuation and Property Services departments, they have trained their officers in UK, in New Zealand, on doing the valuations of plant, machinery, and equipment. So training is part of the things that will enhance the knowledge of how later on we can carry out the valuation of plant, machinery, equipment. Like for these conferences, we have now actually for the past many years, the International Conference on Valuation of Plant, Machinery, Equipment. The first one was held in Gujarat, India. We have our friend from India. I saw just now on the attendance. So probably it started in India, then it came to Kuala Lumpur here. After that, and then it goes to Sydney, Australia. I was there on the third ICVPME, and even perhaps the second one, I was there. I don't know whether any of our friends from India was here in our second International Conference on Plant Machinery, and then it goes on. This is the second one. So this in front are all the gurus of the plant valuers. They are expert in aircraft valuations. This Kirit Gupati, they're the one we took the definition just now. He's very experienced, and he's published a few numbers of books on plant and machinery. And then there's Leslie Miles and all friends here from Australia and all over. This from Canada. He's from New Zealand here. So these are friends and that can help us to understand more and more about plant and machinery. And they have been in this conference for the past of many years. We have the fourth in Hong Kong, and then the first international conference, the fifth in London, 2007. After that, you have it. They have it in San Francisco, California, October 2009, and then Beijing, 2011, and then it goes to Petersburg, Russia, 2013. Then it goes to Tokyo, Japan, 2015, Sydney, back to Sydney, 2017. And then I was here in this Tokyo, Sydney, and this Auckland. I presented one paper on sharing about the educations of plant machinery in Malaysia. This is quite interesting our conference in 2019. It talks about technologies and whatnot. So this is the paper presentation in Auckland in 2019. I share with them about the valuations of plant machinery equipment that we did in the Valuation Property Services Department's Ministry of Finance. And then after that, last year, they have it in Riyadh, 2022. This is the last. So I'm not too sure where about they're going to have it in the 2024. But I always looking forward to attend all this international conference, because it gives you an insight of the latest developments about valuations of plant machinery equipment, as well as you can meet with their other professional friends all over the world that listen to their experience and what they have gone through for the past 2 years before we end last year. So on the collaboration program, one of the sharing sessions that I've done in Riyadh on the collaboration of Taking Collaborations under the MOU of JPPH and Takim in Riyadh. So we have been sharing with them about the how to go about valuation of plant machinery equipment. They are all together. I think JPPH has come up with the 4 modules altogether on the program, until the last bit of the program is on the integrated project. And then That's how we share our experience with our friends all over the world. So it's very interesting, sir, because they appreciate the needs of understanding on the valuation besides the real estates. Okay, this is the high-level meetings in Riyadh. Before I retired, I managed to get through 2020 Riyadh. Met the chief of the Taki, Sultan, and then we have a very fruitful discussions, and then they always looking forward into perhaps the valuation of property, valuation of plant machinery and accumulations. And perhaps just to mention to all participants, we have our secondment officer here attending this this webinar, Mr. Abdurrahman, Sabi Abdurrahman, is from NAPIC JPPH. He has been seconded to Takim for numbers of years, 2 years, I think, to do attachment with helping this Takim to enhance the educations on real estate and plant machinery equipment valuations. So on the other scopes of sharing knowledge, I know that ISPEN always have the MTCP, the International Certificate Course in Property Valuation on the special property on PMI. This is one of those that have been held in ISPEN many years ago. And then, of course, when you have the program, they have to visit, they have to plan a technical visits to some of the plant machinery equipments around town. Like this one, we went to the water treatment plants to value the water treatment plants for this particular sites. Okay, this is the international consultation with the Saudi, as mentioned just now, on their topics of valuation of plant machinery equipments. So let's talk about the developments of the expert. Of course, in order for us to develop more property valuation expert, actually is to strengthen the competence trainers, a group of people who can actually share and deliver lectures related to this particular subject. And then, of course, you will have the groups, the focus group discussions that train in particular on the curriculum, on developments, and how we can innovate these PME valuations. And later on, of course, it can be developed a training kits in terms of you have a few types of a syllabus, or maybe probably packages on what would be the basic needs, the fundamental, the introductions, and then probably the intermediates, and then later on you go on the advanced. And then, of course, later on we'll have the continuous developments to enhance trainers' competencies. And of course, we have forums, we have conferences, we have seminar, and all those. So of course, the benefits like ISPEN's Valuation Property Subsidy Department, they have the gallery. I just like to share the gallery that JPPH that have is actually for effective venues for learning program to display different types of property management, property machinery, equipment machinery, and its time tunnel exhibitions for the developments of the PME. Like, for example, here in ISPEN, first, it started in Campus 1, 2010-2012. They have the gallery that display some of the training methods that can help participants, students to understand more detail and closer to the understandings of plant machinery and equipments. And then we have the new one, 2017 until now. This will be the new gallery for the training purpose as well, for educations. And then, of course, there are international visitors like during the IRES 2017, the TAKIM delegates, the DGSAM was, at one time, groups of DGSAM's officers, visited the gallery in 2018. And then we have the MTCP participant 2019, and then we have this some of our visitors from New Zealand. The way forwards. It's about time now. Actually, to enhance our database management system, enforcement of data updating from supplier to ensure reliability, to explore different types of special properties for multi-scaling expert developments, and developments of international learning hubs for PM. And what is important is that is to get the recognitions. Terima kasih. Okay,
Okay.
back to you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Herudin, for your insightful presentation. I am sure our audience has learned a lot from you today. I have seen to our chat column, we have a 13 question already, Prof.
Wow.
But
Okay.
don't worry, before we move on to the Q&A session,
Okay.
I invite our MC Kirana to guide icebreaking quizzes sessions.
All right.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, while waiting for question from Mr. and Mrs. participant, we will conduct an icebreaking session. It would be nice if we play games first while taking a short break. The icebreaking will be brought by Mr. Bima, and I leave it to the icebreaking session. But for your information, don't forget to follow Master Management Property and Valuation social media to find out a lot of information about Master Property Management and Valuation and other webinar events that will certainly increase our knowledge about valuation. And Mr. Bima, you can come here.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, everyone, or
Morning.
afternoon, maybe in some place. Please allow me to temporarily take over this session to refresh all of us, because we have just listened a very interesting lecture from our speakers. And of course, my purpose here is not to give a lecture or speech, but I'm trying to provide a different atmosphere to invite you follow the breaking ice game, so that all of us remain relaxed. All right, okay, guys. I will open this session with the tradition, our Malaysian folklore, with the pantun as well. And pantun is 2-3 kambing menari, international webinar MMPP USU selalu di hati. Okay. So all of participants here, I would like to present to you ice-breaking games. The game is a quiz which have some questions. It's still related to speaker's presentation. And I think if you listen our speaker carefully, I believe you can answer the question correctly. Okay, guys, I will explain to you about the quiz and rules. Yeah, the quiz consists of 6 questions. It has each time about 20 seconds per question. Each correct answer has a score of 5 and 0 for false answer. All of quiz participant is obligated to write off the real name. Yeah, guys. Again, all of quiz participant is obligated to write the real name, affiliation, and country. So write off the real name, affiliation, and country. Nicknames are not permitted. And the winner of quiz is the participant has a highest score and fastest time. So we count the score and time to answer the question. And we will choose 4 best participants to get a prize from the committee. So, okay, guys, we can start the ice-breaking games. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, let me share screen to you. Okay. Do you see the link or code? Maybe I will type the link in the chat box. Have you seen chat in inbox?
Yes.
Okay, we will wait the participant before we start the game. So don't forget write off the name, affiliation, and country.
Sir Bima, does today's quiz have prizes? I hope this quizzes have prizes because that's all participants will answer seriously because committee there will be prizes.
Okay, 72. 72 participants. We wait or we can start? Seventy-eight participant. We're waiting for 30 seconds to start the games, right? I hope we can get 100 participants can follow our games because our participant in Zoom there are 310 participants. Okay. 93. Okay, guys, we start the quiz. Okay, 95. Okay, we start the quiz in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well done, Mr. Bima. Or no? Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Bimal. So who won quizzes today? Maybe Mr. Bimal.
Okay. We got we got lucky participant will get the prize from the committee. Maybe the 4 participants can raise hands or make some noise in the Zoom. Okay, the first rank is Anton Abdurrahman. Anton Abdurrahman.
Yes. Ya, hadir.
Okay, congrats Pak. Next, Lutifa. Lutifa. Is there Lutifa? Okay, congrats Lutifa. You are second rank. And third position is Daniel Surya Hadinata. Daniel Surya Hadinata for third position. Okay, congrats Pak.
Halo.
Yeah. Congrats Pak for achievement. And fourth position is Zulfikar. Okay. For all lucky participants, I say again congratulations, and Kirana, we have to congratulate the lucky participant. They will get a prize from the committee. Okay.
Congratulations to the winners, and we'll get attractive prizes from the committee, and you can share their address.
Yeah. Okay, I will finish the session, the breaking ice games. I say again to congratulate the participant, and I hope you see you again in the next occasion. I will give back the session to Kirana as MC. Thank you guys. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Bima, who have brought the ice-breaking session. The next session is an opportunity for you to ask any question you may have. Let's start the Q&A session, and I'll hand it back to our moderator, Professor Arhina. Time and screen will now.
Okay, thank you, MC, Ms. Kirana. Thank you for your attention and participation. Now we have some time for questions and comments from the audience. You can write down the question in chat column. Yeah, and don't forget, state your name and affiliation before asking your question. Professor Muhammad Khairuddin, we have, like I said before, we have 13 questions already.
No worry, we try to
okay.
answer in any of the things asked. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. I will read the question one by one, and then you can answer the question also one by one. Okay. We start from the question from Deden Iriawan, from KJPP NA Indonesia. The question is there any database system for plant and machinery that already created in Malaysia? If there is, what kind of? By the individual valuer or other? In Indonesia, no database ready to use. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting questions. I mean, to answer this question is that as far as I know, there is no database systems for the plant and machinery valuation that have been created. But the only thing is that they could be individuals and some forms of group of peoples who have done it individually by themselves. But as far as I know, at the place where I did my attachment program in New Zealand many years ago, that companies has come out the database system, because the interesting of the database system they have created is that you can retrieve for whatever units of equipments, plant, machinery that they have done before, or even perhaps what they have got the quotations in the systems. So by clicking the keypad of their computers, they're able to translate the value of the previous year's value into the current value. That is, in a way, they have actually built in some of the factors in their system as to the currency exchange, as to the rate of tax, and other things as well. So that is what I can share with you. But as far as the database is concerned, it still become a challenge to all to come up with the systems on how actually you can formulate a database. It'll be quite interesting, because I perhaps have some ideas about this database system, because what is you observe during inspection actually is a repeated types of machine and equipments, units of machines that you have come across before. So if you have all the records of that individual machines, that can be used in your next valuations. Okay.
Okay, I think the answer is very clear. Yeah, still the challenge, about the database system for plant and machinery, and we can
mungkin Bapak Deden boleh ambil take up the ni lah dia punya challenge tu.
Yeah. Of course.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And then the second question is from Christian Agung Prasetyo from PKN STAN Indonesia.
Yeah.
He has two questions, Prof.
Yeah.
The first question is, how do we estimate economic or functional obsolescence, such as CDMA telecommunication transmitter? And the second question is, what do we do if we are to value assets that are difficult or impossible to inspect, such as a nuclear power plant?
Yeah.
That's the question, Prof.
Yeah, these are very high level and interesting question, I suppose. But perhaps if we are talking about the telecommunication transmitters valuation in terms of CDMA, it's just a terms that been used in some part of a country, because I think CDMA telecommunication system transmitter is quite familiar to the US. And even perhaps we have also like the GSM. But, you know, CDMA will be a bit more complicated, because you can transmit numbers of signals by using a single transmitter and so forth. But to me, what is important in terms of the economics functional obsolescence is that is the usage, because it goes back to the subscribers and the user. In a country where they need to have the CDMA is practical, so therefore they will make use of the telecommunication transmitter to transmit their communication system. Because like when we have previously like the 2G, the 3G, and then latest we have the 5G. And one time I have experience in valuing the 2G, because when they were to scrap the 2G. But perhaps when they scrap the 2G system in Malaysia, we have other potential buyer in other country to purchase the 2G systems. So that is in terms of the marketability of the system. So if it is not being used in here, it can be used in some other country. So when we estimate the functional or the economic is about the usage. For whatever transmissions system that you have, what would be the economic capacity that you can transmit? Because those days, I remember when we value the telecommunications substation, you need a huge, big, buildings to accommodate the system. But now with the improvements of the chips and the technology, just a small room can accommodate a few thousands of a network. So it depends on how we look at things, and then the way we analyze the marketability of the usage, and what comes after that is the demand for that particular, either we talk about CDMA, we talk about GSM. But I think the detailed research, survey, and documentations of data you need to have with you, so that we can actually translate the result of that the analysis in terms to advise our clients. Goes to number 2, okay? What do we do if we are to value assets that are difficult or impossible to inspect? Wow. Well, it's not only the new nuclear power plant. There are some assets which are very confidential and highly security. It's only you alone can go inside there and then determine the value. No one else are allowed to enter that premise. There are instances like that. Even the power nuclear plant, that is how we could have the detail of the documents of that nuclear power plant. For instance, even perhaps when I share you later on, maybe probably if you have got time afterward, when we did valuation for a ferry, a plant valuer, we are not the experts of to determine the functionality, the status, the depreciation, or any repair of that particular ferry. But we can contact the person in charge who are specialized. For instance, in the in our country, for any vessel, you have to dock to they call it Jabatan Laut Malaysia. They will have to check and validate their operation and the status quo of the life and the status quo of that ferry. So with that reports, we can study back, and then that becomes our reference in the attachments of the reports. Same things if we were to value an aircraft. We're not going to test the aircraft as like a pilot or engineer of the aircraft, but we need to have all the documentation of the diary, the flight diary, the numbers of landing, the numbers of takeoff, and all those documentation, the records, where are they registered, and the numbers of maintenance records. Having got all those documentation, then only we can proceed with the valuation. So perhaps to the nuclear plant, we should engage the engineer in charge as to the status quo of the economic life of that nuclear plant, how long it will last until the end of the economic life. Then only with all those information that we have, then we proceed the valuations. But along the line, we have to discuss and getting all the information with us, then only we proceed the valuation. All right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Budi Arsa. The answer is very clear. And then we come up for the third questions, Prof.
Yeah.
The third question is from Mr. Budi Arsa from KJPP Indonesia.
Yes.
He has also have 2 questions. First question. Today, the challenging of doing machinery and equipment is legal document. Sometimes the tasker is clever by saying that the legal data is not ready or exists. Based on your opinion, what should we do for this case and what data is should fulfilling for valuation, M&E? And next question, in doing valuation, one approach is cost. What is the suitable recommended lifetime that we can use for it? Thank you. That's the question, Prof.
Okay, Bapak Budi. On the challenges of doing valuations, can you display the question just now as the previous slide so that I can read the okay. So getting information from the client is utmost things that is actually legal binding, because anything that we do is based on the information provided by the clients. And even perhaps in our valuation reports, we have stated it very clearly that we are not responsible for anything that is given without any clear clarification from our clients. So that always say we have the limiting condition, we have all kinds of assumptions and whatnot that will allow us to do valuation, so that we are not actually be blamed by taking a wrong informations. So by doing so, that is how when we take the jobs, we always ask our client to provide all the documentation, the inventory list, of course, number one, and also some of their agreement. Of course, they will have some agreement in terms of the acquisitions of their machines and whereabout they acquired the machine. So with that, if it is given to us, then we'll proceed. But perhaps if you mentioned just now they're not saying the legal data is not ready, then we mentioned in the agreement we say so in the agreements that the legal, it is not based on the legal data, but the information verbally given to us is or maybe a statement from the client is like that. So based on that, then we proceed. If they agree, then we proceed with the valuation. That's number one. So for that next one, doing valuation, of course, valuation for plant machinery, we have got a few approaches, which I mentioned. I can go with you after this on the methods as the cost, the incomes, and the comparison methods of valuations. And then for the most suitable recommended one, it depends on the types of valuation that we are undertaking. If you are valuing valuation for insurance purpose, for example, then probably the most suitable approach would be the cost. But it's for the sales, then it could be for comparables, meaning taking what is currently sales comparables that you have in the market, compare with that, with the specification that you have, and then you can allow for that. But if you're going for a business, then probably investment will be income methods will be the most, or the probably a discounted cash flow will be a more reliable one. So it depends on the what will be the purpose. That's about all, Pak Budi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khairuddin. Yeah, very clear about the answer. Depends on the purpose. Yeah. Now we come up to the next question from Mr. Anton Mulyono from KJPP Cisco Indonesia. Okay. Which approach and methods are generally or mostly used to calculate machinery equipment plans, such as iron rebar machinery equipment plans? Example, purpose for bank collateral, And how do we ensure that the method produced as an indication of value is acceptable or fair market value?
Okay, Pak Antong, for this approach and method, as I mentioned earlier just now, it still depends on the purpose of that. For bank collateral, of course, the bank will always like to see that you have a sales value if it goes bust or foreclosure or liquidations. And in order to do that, I mean, we are looking at the market price of everything. We don't base on the historical price. We don't base on the price that we purchased previously. But if the market shows that that is the market, then that would be the price that people will take it, because you know, as the definition of the market value itself, when they are transactions of arm's length transaction, willing buyer, willing seller, and all that. So that is already an indication of the value that is acceptable. And of course, we have to see in terms of the economic life of that particular plants. So in any plants, they should be a estimate of the economic life. And we will see what will be the remaining economic life. So we only ascertain the value as to the remaining economic life of that particular plants. So I mean that will be the best way to indicate the value, Pak Anto.
Okay.
Okay. We miss for the fourth questions from Mr. Alek Prabudi, MMPP USU Indonesia. The question is about how to concretize the differences in technology in calculating functional obsolescence. Still about obsolescence. How to concretize the differences in technology in calculating functional obsolescence.
Okay, I mean, Pak Prabudi, all these questions that you have posted is very challenging, and then that will trigger my mind to see how actually a plant valuer can take a concrete sort of trying to address all these problems, because in any problems there are always way to come over it, and then sort of we can resolve it, no problem. Because if we are looking at things like that, of course we are looking at things which are that is the reality that we are facing. Because I've come across with all these values, sometimes even is already obsolete. At one time, when we did the valuation for the printers, government printers, when government were to privatize their printings, sort of departments where they print all these documents and all that. But looking at the printers, sometimes they're almost obsolete. But coming back to the technology and whatever things that is the function of the printers, so long they still can produce some output. And in fact, perhaps if we talk about technology, we have to look into the speed. We have to look into the numbers of outputs that they still can produce. So in order to do that, so that is the task of us to really analyze. But if it's the gap is very far, then it can become outliers. But if the gap is not that far, it's narrow, then we probably can adjust with some percentages of adjustment. So like even perhaps I just take an example. If we are comparing a Nokia 322 those days when some of us are using it, and then with this latest Samsung Fold or Samsung Flip that you have nowadays, so you cannot compare that. So technologies come with a fair comparables of it, and then if you could have that comparable with you, that will be the best for you to use it. So you don't compare with the extreme extra sort of performance, but you have to compare apple to apple, orange to orange, like that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So apple to apple comparison, that's the most important thing to calculate the technology. Okay, the sixth question is from Mr. Charles OS from KJPP Fuada. Nowadays, some environment issue about climate change has such influence to power plant in the whole of the world. Every country which use coal power plant have been ordered to reduce use coal caused air pollution. Indirectly, it makes the economic obsolescence when we do valuation on power plant. Please share us, Prof, how to estimate the obsolescence.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for the questions. Also very interesting questions about the climate change and the environmental issues. Even perhaps in the business relation, I was involved in the BVM Malaysia. We are looking into the organizing a seminar on ESG and all those related things that falls under the environmental issues. But perhaps, of course, whenever you have the issues, if you don't comply to the requirements of the governments on all that, of course, the value of that particular plants will reduce tremendously. So the most important thing is that to reduce all these, to avoid all the circumstances, is to go on the how to mitigate it. Even perhaps like the campaign of going green and all that. That will actually in a way will overcome some of these issues, because perhaps like some of the plants that we have, even perhaps Malaysia, they go on making use of whatever byproducts of that plants into generations of the power for that particular mills. For example, in the palm oil mill, I'm taking quotes of because I'm close to that, the palm oil mill. With the byproducts of the shell, which is not being used, the nuts, the shell and the fibers. So they make use of the nut and the fibers and the fuels of their to generate a steam turbine from the boiler. So with that, you are encouraged to do as much as possible in terms of the content of green. And then, of course, what is important is that whenever investment on those types of program that you have, they could be an incentive from the government. So the government will create some incentive. That could be a way of handling these obsolescences. Otherwise, the worth of that particular plants will reduce tremendously. Even perhaps nowadays we go like on solar and looking into a more friendly sort of fuel capabilities in order to avoid that issues to crop up.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Khairuddin. And then we come up for the next questions. This is from Mr. Jefferson Simamora from Indonesia. In case that according to the inspection result, we come up to see that lifetime of machine is more than standardized lifetime. How do we come to determine the possible lifetime in terms of determining physical obsolescence? Thank you.
Very much appreciate, Mr. Jefferson. So I've come across lots of all these machines that actually they have gone beyond their economic life, but perhaps they still can function. this can still produce the products, and we have to estimate actually from experience, from looking at the comparables that we have, in terms of we have to rationalize and make some fair judgment about those machines that goes beyond their standardized life. But perhaps sometime if you realize some of these machines, they probably has gone through a quite a good a standard sort of maintenance, and the way of they're keeping the equipment so that they will maintain the performance of that machine. So that is why in doing the valuations, I do sometimes perhaps I have some added economic life for this particular machine, since because they have added on to do some, maybe probably sometime they do refurbishment, they do some re-engineering, and sort of they make good, or even perhaps some of the old equipment they have added into a new, more sort of attachment to maybe they modify into a more programmable sort of things. So because of technology, I mean, nowadays things are quite possible, which we think those they are not possible. So even perhaps like last month I was in Vietnam, even an old lathe engine, they can even perhaps now build in to understand the performance of that lathe. They can build in the performance of the fuel consumption, the electrical consumption, the production capability, and all that. So with that, I think in mind, so as a valuer, we can really roughly estimate what would be the reasonable worth of the futures of that particular machines.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Khairuddin. I think Mr. Jefferson satisfied with the answer. Okay.
No, for those who are still not satisfied, you can PM me, and then problem, you have got my contact number. I know to satisfy everyone in these short forums, I think because some of the question now, they are very good, and then very related to the plant machinery, but in terms of to really understand what it's all about, really need a study, and then sort of coming back with the research and analysis of all things. Okay.
Okay, of course. Thank you, Prof. Khairuddin, Mr. Jefferson. And then we come up to the next question from Mr. Deki. Yeah, Mr. Deki is appraisal from Indonesia. The question is, if the purpose is to guarantee debt for a bank where land and buildings are not collateralized, please enlighten me on the ideal assessment method for assessing a plant where there are installations and foundation that are integrated on the land.
Okay, Mr. Deki, for this kind of installation and foundation, of course, in the first place, we have all the information of the installation and foundations of the that has been done, and of course it's integrated on the land. But then when we value the machines, that's why in the reports we always mention that in the terms of reference, the TOR of the reports, we must be very clear that what it is involved and related to the valuation that is being prepared. So if you need to have the installation and foundation as a part integral of the machine, then we have to say so, because installations and foundations are the major parts that the machine has to withstand. Without the installations and the foundation, the machine cannot function. The machine cannot be operated. That is why in the report, we have to really highlight it and clearly mention what will be the preparations of the installation, the preparation of the foundations, and then we could list down even perhaps the details of the foundation work that is been done. Okay.
I think very clear, Mr. Deki. We come up for the next question. The question is from Mr. Pangaloan, yeah, RSR Indonesia. The question is there an economic life table for all the machines and equipment that Prof mentioned? And how much the difference does it make to the reality in your country? Is there any special research on the determination of this economic life?
Well, the economic life tables actually is something that a valuer can, can come out from themselves. But as for the tables of economic life for all countries in the world, I know, as far as I know, they come from the various departments. Like, for instance, in New Zealand, it comes from the tax departments. They have outlined the economic life of all the machines, equipments that they have. And then even perhaps in Malaysia, we have from Jabatan Kecukayan Malaysia. They have the economic life, but perhaps for the economic life is always that in general, I will say, for the normal machines, which are not considered as heavy machines, for instance, like computers, things related to that, we'll estimate something like 5 to 6 years. Maybe probably later on we'll have machines, equipments that long last to 15 years, 20 years, or even up to 35 years. And then for all this economic life, the depreciation and the determinations of obsolescence, we can derive it from establishing a table where we can compute the estimate of the value for the economic year of that particular emissions by using either Excel, or if we have done the table, we just refer to the tables. Like in some of many plant valuers, we are quite familiar with the Russian tables. That Russian table actually formulate a value until they have concluded the final scrap value or the nominal value as 10% of the equipment. If the equipment worth 200,000 is 20,000 economic nominal value, then within the range of year 1 to 20 years, they will you can have the multiplier, and that will give an indications of the value of that particular equipments.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Pangaloan. Is that clear? I think.
Thank you.
The answer is okay. Thank you. We come up for the next question. Next question is from Mr. Ardika Indrawan, KJPP Indonesia. The question is, if the client doesn't have the information of foundation and installation cost, how do we estimate the cost of the foundation and installation? Is there a benchmark for foundation and installation cost? That's the question, Prof.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out about the information that we want to have, and the client will say that they don't have. But perhaps from our day-to-day experience from the past work that we have done, normally we can actually have an idea about what will be the benchmark for the cost of foundation and installation. For instance, if you were to install a power generator, a genset, for instance, what you need to have, what would be the base, the burden that it can stand for that particular genset, with the weight that they can stand for the power gen. Even perhaps in the preparations of wave bridge, for example, that is quite common for anyone to install a wave bridge, whether it's a pit wave bridge or surface wave bridge, where they weight all these lorries, tankers, and all that. So we already could have some records of the previous job that we have undertaken. That can become part of our basis to estimate the cost of foundations. Otherwise, we can estimate also not only from the clients, we can go and shop around and look for the estimates of how actually any contractors were to charge a cost of foundations or on the installations of any sort of machines that we have in mind. So that will give us some insight and ideas about getting the cost of the foundation, Mr. Ardika.
Okay, Mr. Ardika.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Khairuddin. We come up for the next question. The question is from Mr. Juliardi, MMPP USU, Indonesia. The question is, how is the application of income approach on machine valuation in Malaysia?
Well, on the application of income approach is that it is a standard approach as we do for the real estate. But the only cautious that we have to have in mind is that don't include the building costs. You have to exclude and subtract the building costs if you have a building for that particular machine. But in some instances, if you to value some of the machines or equipments that is not related to building whatsoever, then that income approach is totally you derive for that particular machine or equipment. Let's say, for example, if you to undertake valuation for a ferry, from the operations of the ferry, you will have every year an incomes that is generated. Maybe for the past 3 years, 2021, 2020, 2021, and 2022, you have all the 3 years accounts. And of course, your pro rata and average the account for 3 years. And of course, you have to deduct all the expenditures, and you get all the net profit. So with that net profit, you capitalize, and then that applies to the valuations of that particular machines. Because quite numbers of plant valuers use it as an approach to derive machines that by using the income approach. But of course, to be sure that the approach is right, you can counter check with other approaches as well, just to confirm that your income approach is actually not far from other approaches that has been applied.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Next question is from Zuhri, Mr. Zuhri, UID. The question is, how do you determine the value of machinery or equipment if the factory that made the machine or equipment has closed or is no longer producing?
Okay, very interesting questions, Pak Zukri. We can look into a various angle of the factory, the machine that has been closed. In one way, even perhaps when I was with the Valuation Property Services Department, the JPPH, Ministry of Finance, we received quite numbers of requests from one of the departments that needs us to value those machines that some of the factory has been closed, or even they are products of half done. I mean, the products that has not been really completed in the fabrications, and they have not completed the whole not fabrications of that particular machines. So when we have these equipments, it depends on the client request, because sometimes you want to value, whether you want to value as it is, you want to value for removal, you want to value for a removal, but then to be installed in other place. So depending on the types of requests that you have been given, so if you were to value that factory machines that has been closed, but this particular machines that has been closed, they need the resource, the materials from the neighboring near the sites. So if it is no longer having all the resources, then probably if you were to buy that particular factory also, that the value will be very much lesser than the normal market value. Just for instance, if it's a quarry land, but there's no more stone to be no more quarry stone to be quarry, and no more things to be processed. So probably they need to be shifted somewhere else. So you have to value in terms of the purpose and what to be included for valuation for removal. There are some other factors that need to be included. As example, you need to include the transportation, the insurance, the other factors as well, to show that there is a worth of that particular equipment. And if it is no longer producing, of course, the same things you will do that. Then probably that would be the safest approach that I think is practical. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And then we come up to the last question. The last question is from Mr. Anton Prabowo from KJPP BDR Indonesia. The question is, please enlighten me about interest during construction, or IDC, related to cost approach implementation, and when it needs to be considered. Is it still necessary to consider IDC if we use new replacement cost method with latest price reference? That's the question, Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Aton. Well, probably talking about the IDC and the approach of valuation, because when we talk about approach of valuation, we only talk about what is completed, not during constructions, because normally the client will only interested on buying a completed machine equipments. So therefore, in order to do that, when we use, like for instance, you give an example, a new replacement cost methods with the latest data valuation. So we solely based on that new replacement cost method. But nevertheless, when we use that methods of new replacement cost, it must be of similar in character, must be of the same output, must be of same comparables. Then only we could, apply that in the context of valuation. Otherwise, things will not be the fair price that we advise our clients. So I think that's my answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Khairuddin. You have answered all the questions clearly. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Khairuddin, for your excellent answers and for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. I am sure our audience has gained a lot of valuable insights from you today. Before we close this session, let me briefly summarize the main points, takeaways from a speaker. Professor Muhammad Herudin has explained to us clearly about the definition of PMA and of course the example of the PMA. And also he has explained us and show us why we need to value PMA. And after that, he had also clearly stated the new challenges in PMA evaluation and PMA way forward. We also had interesting discussions and questions from the audience. Thank you for your active involvement and contribution. I would like to thank our honorable speakers once again for his time and his expertise. Let's give him a big round of applause, audience. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to thank you for joining us today. I hope you have learned something new and useful from this webinar. Thank you very much and have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give it back to the MC for the next session.
Terima kasih Ibu, Bapak.
Thank you, Prof. Artina, who has guided much and question. Answer session. Our speaker today, of course, we would like to thank you for Professor Muhammad Khairuddin bin Abdul Hamid for presenting the material and knowledge provided. May you always be healthy. As a form of appreciation and gratitude to our speaker today, I ask Mr. and Mrs. participant to give a thumbs up or applause emoji in the column. Next, the handover of a certificate and placard to the counselor of Universitas Sumatera Utara, speaking and moderator by the chairperson of the Master Management Property and Valuation, Mrs. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Siahaan, SA MHA.
Provided a lot of knowledge about new challenges on plant machinery and equipment valuation. We thank you to Professor Muhammad Khairuddin, MBA has been released from the national webinar. For everyone of the free and a good health, thank you. I return to MC Kirana.
Thank you. We would like to thank you for Mrs. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Siahaan for provision of certificate and placard to Universitas Sumatera Utara counselor speaker at the event on behalf of the space that are not perfect and other shortcomings. Hopefully we can improve them in the future. Siang pergi makan, sambil makan tak boleh berkata-kata. Terima kasih saya ucapkan, mohon maaf jika ada kesalahan kata. Mata segar memandang alam, tubuh segar disalam menyelam. Dari lubuk hati yang paling mendalam, saya tutup webinar ini dengan mengucapkan salam. I'm Kirana, I said goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Waalaikumsalam
Mbak Kirana. Thank you semuanya. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you at the next event.
Ya, saya ya, ini ada kegiatan.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Thank you, thank you.
Terima
Thank you, Prof.
kasih.
Mr.
Terima
Ava,
kasih.
Lina, thank you so much. And
Ya.
all the audience, thank you so much for joining us today.
Terima kasih Ibu Elizabeth.
Ya, sama-sama.
Thank you, Prof. Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Arlina.
Elizabeth.
Prof. Elizabeth.
Iya, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Iya, thank you.
See you all in some other forums.
Yes.
Maybe in Kuching.
Iya,
In the next hour.
thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Prof. Muhammad Khairuddin at Ava. Eva.
Yeah, I'll be going to Ava.
Iya.
This coming end of month.
Pengurus apa?
On 18 September.
Yeah, 18 September to 20th.
Thank you, Kirana.
Oke, mohon diri dulu ya. Terima kasih semua.
Thank you, Prof.
Assalamualaikum. Thank
Ya,
you.
Prof. Khairuddin. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Oke, bye.
Halo, Bu, saya izin live ya. Ada mau rapat lagi nih.
Iya.
Terima kasih Bu, sukses ini.
Thank you to the all committee. Thank you, Kirana.
Sama-sama lah Bu, izin live semua kita.
Pak Tasim juga thank you, Pak Tasim. Semoga
Iya, Prof.
knowledge-nya mantap ya mengenai.
Saya di Palembang, Prof. Lagi di Palembang.
Oh iya.
Malam ini ada acara orang tua yang ke-40 hari.
Oh
Barusan dari pagi berada.
Iya Pak, turut berduka ya Pak ya.
Iya, Prof.
Bisa lancar acaranya Pak Taslim.
Nanti malam habis maghrib.
Oh nanti malam ya Pak. Iya.
Tapi ikut join Bu, Prof. Dan jam 2 ngajar insya Allah, Prof.
Oke, tetap semangat Pak. Aduh.
Iya, sama-sama.
Terima kasih,
Izin live ya, Prof.
Iya, silakan Pak Taslim.
Ya, semua mahasiswa dan keluarga alumni keluarga MPP USU.
Iya. Nice to meet you at this meeting. At this event, thank you so much. Kak Emma, apa kabar?
Baik, Bu.
Kak Emma?
Masih dipikir-pikir.
Ayo lah biar ketemu kita. Let's join.
Ya, nanti aku lihat dulu ya.
I will go there. With Mr. Don Omar from Brunei, our friends. Mr. Don Omar ini lagi di Australia katanya Bu Emma, tapi tetap still join.
Nomor antrian HE207 direfraksi 5.
Kita udah bisa ya selesai ya. Thank you all the committee, all the audience. Thank you all.